I will now call this regular Medicine Hat City Council meeting on September 16th, 2024 at 6:30 p.m. To order. We will begin with a moment for prayer or reflection. Thank you. I will now read the city's land acknowledgement. The City of Medicine Hat acknowledges that we live and work on treaty territory. The city pays respect to all Indigenous peoples and honors their past, present, and future. We recognize and respect their cultural heritages and relationships to the land. Now we'll move to adoption of previous council meeting minutes from September 3rd, 2024. Does anyone have any errors or omissions to point out? Okay, so we will adopt the minutes from September 3rd, 2024. Next is the adoption of the agenda. Does anyone have anything to add or any objections? Councillor Van Dyke.
Thank you, through the chair. As many in the community are aware, we did a community-wide survey conducted earlier this year. A summary of those results was previously scheduled to come to council at this evening's meeting. However, due to a heavy agenda with many time-sensitive items, that survey overview will come forward at the next meeting in order to give it the amount of time needed to adequately cover the material and allow for questions. So it doesn't actually appear on the agenda, but we know people in the community were waiting to see those results. We wanted to let you know what was happening with it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Van Dyke. Is this an addition to the agenda? Yeah, I'll wait, yeah. So hearing no objections, I guess, council adopts the agenda for the September 16th, 2024 meeting. And now we'll move on to council announcements. And I know Councillor Robbins and City Manager Mitchell want to make an announcement. Councillor Robbins?
Thank you, through the chair. I just wanted to say thank you very much for Managing Director Stouth. This will be his last official council meeting, and Brian has served us very well in 30 years over his career as fire chief and then in his role as managing director. So I wanted to say thank you very much, Brian, and I'm sure you're looking forward to your looming retirement. And I'll turn it over to Councillor Robbins, who is the Chair of Public Services.
Thank you very much, and through the chair. So Managing Director Stouth had his last public services meeting last week, and he didn't mention to any of us that it was his last meeting, so we didn't get a chance to properly thank him at that committee. And so on behalf of the committee, I really want the various members of the committee, since you've been in the chair of Managing Director, and I want to say personally a big thank you to you, because people may not know this, but when you're the chair of a committee, you have agenda review. So they would prepare what should be in the agenda. Is it long enough? Is there enough detail? Do we have any questions? What does the committee want to hear? And so every second week we would have one of these meetings, and I enjoyed them ever so much, with our chats about dogs and camping and your grandkids, all of which I'm sure you'll enjoy immensely now that you won't have to sit here and listen to us. So thank you for your service. Public service is it's a difficult world to be in, and you have managed it very gracefully. And thank you for all of your help to the committee and to council together. It's been a wonderful experience to be able to work with you. And best of luck in your retirement, your real retirement now.
Does anyone else have councillor announcements? Councillor Hyder.
Thank you, Your Worship. This past Friday, City Manager Mitchell, Mayor Clark, and I attended our Palliser Economic Partnership meetings in the busy town of Bow Island, Alberta. During our time there, we had an opportunity to tour the manufacturing plant Rock Module Industries. ROC stands for Real Offsite Construction, and the facility is 60,000 square feet, which includes millwork and metal shops. This enables ROC Module to manufacture module buildings for a variety of industries, such as segments including residential, industry, and commercial. Currently, ROC is employing roughly 130 employees and is planning to grow their team. We also heard how busy the manufacturing has become and the demand for their product. One of their residential products will be heading to Whistler, BC, another residential structure to Flathead Lake, Montana. That was for me. They're sending it there for me. Anyway, it was a great tour and with great people and very forward-thinking. Thank you.
All right. Any other council announcements? Okay, seeing none. We'll move to the consent agenda. Does anyone have any of the items that they would like to pull? Councillor Robbins?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Clark. And so there are two items in the minutes from Public Services from August 26, 2024. I'd like to pull just to highlight them a little bit.
Can you say the numbers?
It would be item 4 and 5 in the notes of minutes of August 26. It's on page 19 of the agenda, if that helps.
I just need to know what the item number. 8-1?
8-1,
Okay.
yes, 8-1.
Yeah, okay.
Sorry, thanks. I thought you meant the other numbers.
Okay, so we will pull that and have that for discussion first, and then we will proceed with the rest of the consent agenda. Go ahead.
Thank you. So there's two things that happened on the August 26th meeting that I thought were sort of important to discuss. One for information, and the other may need some council direction or some sort of agreement with council that administration is going on a certain path. So we had a presentation from the Southeastern Alberta Search and Rescue Association. It is contained in the package. It was a really helpful presentation. We were able to ask lots of questions. There were two representatives, Mark Keller and Del Hope, and they were very charming and very passionate about search and rescue. So it was great to hear about what this group is doing within our city. And so they came with the opportunity for collaboration. And so where we left it as the committee, just so council knows, if there's any objections or agreement, it would be great to have this now before staff goes on this down this path, is to look for some sort of collaborative opportunities. They were looking from sort of indoor storage, essentially. So I know that admin was going to look into it a little bit, but I just wanted to highlight that for council as it was a task that admin is on. I think the idea was it would bring those ideas back to committee, and then of course they'd come for council for formal approval. But I think there was probably some work to be done there, so just wanted to make sure council knew that that work was being undertaken on behalf of the committee. And if there's any objections to it, now would be a good time to say stop doing that.
Okay, so we will need then a motion to adopt the 8.1, and then we will do a separate motion for the remainder of the consent agenda. So do you want to move that one, 8.1?
Sure, I'll just, if it's okay with you, I'll just discuss the second item because it's all within 8.
Yes, of course. Go ahead.
It's my fault. I got so excited about search and rescue all over again. It was really do read it. It's a great presentation. So anyway, the other topic that we heard from, and Managing Director Stouth was not there that day, but I know that he has a lot of information about it. No pressure on his last day here to make him talk about this, but we had Acting Managing Director Aaron Nelson, who provided some information about dead tree removal in the city and the impact of a sort of a rapid freeze thaw that happened, I think, 2 years ago. And so we had a number of trees that sort of limped along and ultimately didn't make it. And so that's what the community was seeing, a lot of trees that had to be removed. And so we were just talking about the tree management plan generally, and the acting managing director Nelson was like, you should really go check out the pictures of the Esplanade, because 100 years ago there were no trees in Medicine Hat. They are all part of a canopy. It's basically a big tree farm is what the city manages. So we do get updates at Public Services about the trees and the whole tree management plan, but because there had been such a crisis in some trees this year, it was sort of highlighted. The one thing that we really wanted to talk about is what's the tree replanting plan, because we do have policy on tree replanting. And so we were informed that there is an aggressive replanting program that will occur to revitalize the urban forest canopy and get it back to where it was. Though the trees may not be replanted exactly where they were because they're not going to be successful there. If they can be successful there, maybe that is an opportunity. So I don't know, City Manager, if you want Managing Director Stout to address any of this, but I did think it was an important issue because there'd been lots of public interest in these dying trees.
City Manager Mitchell?
Thank you. Yes, that was a good session, but I will turn it over to Managing Director Stout for a bit more detail.
Thank you, City Manager, and through the chair to council. Indeed, dead and dying trees are a topic of interest in our community. There is certainly a policy in place as far as replanting goes, and as Councillor Robbins mentioned, they may not go back in the same place. That work is going on with our arborist and their crew to try and make those determinations. There's an opportunity coming up for us to also apply for grant funding for further tree planting from the federal government. So City Council will see something in that regard in the near future. And certainly the daunting task of 450 dead trees in our canopy of 20-some thousand, getting those removed safely. The work is ongoing. And I want to mention, it certainly is an issue in our community, but this weather problem that we had that negatively impacted our trees impacted municipalities all across Alberta. So we're not alone in our struggle with dead and dying trees. But Parks and Rec is working on a replacement plan. We've got an opportunity to apply for some grant funding. If, you know, one of the eyesores, if we call it that, where we had some dead trees, we've done some intense work at the Gershaw Drive interchange. And if you look at it today, it looks an awful lot different than it did a week ago. Dead trees have been cut up and removed from that, and the area's been mowed and cut down. As we work on a plan to try and revitalize that and beautify that area owned by Alberta Transportation. So lots on the go. I do appreciate you raising this, Councillor Robbins. Thank you.
Okay, would you like to make a motion?
I would like to make a motion. Thank you so much. I would make a motion to accept 8.1 for the corporate record.
I'll second.
Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, we'll vote. That's unanimous. And could someone please move the adoption of the remainder of the consent agenda items?
I'll make that motion.
I'll second. Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, we'll vote. And that's unanimous. So now we have a delegation, a group that everyone in the community will know of, but not necessarily all the work that they do. And that is the Root Cellar Food and Wellness Hub. And with us, we have Mr. Warren Stark, who is the chair of the board, and Melissa Mullis, executive director. I don't know if you can come down as well if you like. Yeah, if you want, it doesn't matter. So over to you, Mr. Stark. You can have the remote, but can you work the remote? And we'll get the presentation up for you here in a tick.
Mayor Clark, thank you very much. Mayor Clark, members of council. My name is Warren Stark. I am the board chair of the Root Cellar Food and Wellness Hub. This is Melissa Mullis, our Executive Director. I'm going to be doing most of the talking tonight. Melissa's here for some, if you have any questions, to kind of answer some of those questions that I do not know the answers to. With us tonight, we do have some members of our board and some staff. So the members of our board that are here, I'd like to quickly introduce them. We have Eric Van Ink. Thank you, Eric. Pamela Kuntz. Thank you, Pamela. Lee Little, Janet Hamilton. And we have a future board member who's going to be joining us in September. Shannon Hodge is here. Our other board members that are not here, Stephanie Hedema and Michaela Fry. And Jillian Cook are the three board members that aren't here. We also have some staff as well joining Melissa. We have Lindsay Leopard, our events coordinator, and Scott Carruthers, our warehouse coordinator. Warehouse assistant. I just gave you a promotion, thanks, no problem. Our mission at the Root Cellar is to build a strong community through the power of food. The Food and Wellness Hub helps us achieve that positive impact by providing a safe and secure central location for all residents, and our impact is felt through a decrease in emergency food access statistics. The Root Cellar receives no sustainable funding from any level of government. Instead, our mission is sustained by the generosity and kindness of local donors, which enables us to serve a very diverse population, including seniors, two-income families, and individuals facing food insecurity. We pride ourselves on our unique shopping model for our emergency food pantry, which respects the dignity of those who serve by allowing them to choose their own groceries rather than receiving prepackaged boxes or hampers, as is common with other food banks or food distribution centers. This results in distributing, on average, about 30 pounds less food per person compared to the traditional methods. Our dedicated team consists of 12 full-time and 2 part-time staff members, supported by currently 148 active volunteers, all working together to make a very meaningful impact in our community. Change slide. The Root Cellar stands as a vital community partner, playing a very crucial role in both local support and sustainability efforts. Through our food collab program, we rescue hundreds of thousands of pounds of food from grocery stores that would otherwise end up in the landfill, redistributing it through our hub to 48 charity and service organizations across our community. This initiative not only reduces food waste, but also amplifies our collective impact. Additionally, in the last fiscal year, we also made a significant contribution to the community, spending over $123,000 buying food from local grocery stores. That commitment extends beyond receiving support, and we actively contribute by using donor dollars to buy local food, ensuring that our efforts bolster both our community and local businesses. In this way, we exemplify a model of giving and supporting that strengthens the fabric of our community. Despite our successes, the Root Cellar faces several significant challenges. One major issue is lack of sustainable funding, which strains our resources and does limit our capacity for meaningful long-term planning. Our donors have been incredibly generous, but they too have been stretched thin, and donor fatigue has become a concern. The rising cost of food has also made it increasingly challenging to meet the growing demand for our services. With more people seeking assistance, we face mounting pressure on our facilities and staff. As we've seen across the province and our country, Medicine Hat is not immune to the addiction and mental health crisis, which creates various challenges and barriers for us at the facility in maintaining a safe and welcoming environment. And our staff is working hard to come up with innovative ideas to maintain that safe and secure environment so that everybody who comes in feels that sense of community in our facility. Kind of focusing more on our challenges, but also on our successes too. The Root Cellar provides immense benefits to the City of Medicine Hat by ensuring that families do not have to choose between paying rent or utilities or buying food, thereby keeping people housed and supported. This stability enables individuals to maintain employment and contributes to overall community well-being. Our efforts ensure proper nutrition for children, seniors, and other vulnerable members of the community. The impact of our work is evident, as seen on the slide, in the remarkable increase in the number of people we serve. So from feeding 932 individuals in November of 2019 to over 4,100 in August of 2024. That represents approximately a 440% increase in a very relatively short period of time. Additionally, we serve over 1,500 children a nutritious lunch daily, prepared fresh each day by a very dedicated group of volunteers. These efforts collectively support the health, stability, and growth of our community, underscoring the critical role that the root cellar has in enhancing the quality of life for many. So, kind of in closing, we obviously appreciate the opportunity to present to you today, and we hope that you have gained, just in a very short period of time, hopefully less than 5 minutes, you've gained insight into the vital work we do at the root cellar. But we do have 2 asks. They're not financial. We would like to invite every member of council to a tour of the facility to see the good work that our staff is doing and that our volunteers are doing. We'll make all the arrangements, we'll send it out, we'll pick a date, and come and see what we do down there. And one really quickly, we just hosted the Alberta Food Banks Association conference in Medicine Hat, and I can tell you, I think almost every food bank that came in and saw our facility was absolutely overwhelmed and just amazed at our model, right? And it is very different than handing out hampers. So I invite you to come down and visit us. The second ask is we are seeking to secure a city council rep on our board to help amplify the voices of over 4,000 vulnerable citizens that we serve. We feel this will enhance the level of communication between the root cellar and not only the municipal government, but all other levels of government that you are in contact with. Your support in advocating for their concerns and struggles will be invaluable in enhancing our impact and ensuring that their needs are addressed. Thank you very much for considering this important role in strengthening our community together. And through the chair, I'll entertain any questions you might have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Stark. Councillor Canoto?
Thank you, Mayor Clark, and through the chair. I appreciate having you all here this evening, and thank you for the work that you do for our community. As we can see, based on the data that you've shown, it is a difficult time for people, and your service is one that can't be. We cannot deny the essential nature of what you're doing. So thank you. How would you measure the impact of your services based on whether it's personal feedback? Obviously, there's a essential need that you are meeting, but is there any particular data other than the amount of food that goes out that gives you reassurance that you are building a system that is sustainable for people and supporting their livelihood?
Can I tell? I don't want to take too much of your time, but I'm going to tell a story, and it's been in the local media. We had a volunteer who came to the food bank who was dealing with addiction and was incredibly strong in conquering that through a lot of different meetings, and I do know him. And the part where I think that sense of community comes back full circle is when he is helping to volunteer at the food bank. So that's where I think we are creating that difference. It is a small step. We need lots of those steps to make a difference, but they're so important. And that's where I think we're making a difference, that we can have somebody who struggled through that, now they return it back to the community.
Thank you. Appreciate that very much. In regards to, you had given us the ask of having a council member placed on your board. Are there any other policies or actions that city council can take that would affect your organization in a positive way?
Yes, there is. I think just by, we here and Melissa and the staff talks to a lot of people and listens to a lot of people. And I think that listening and hearing there, like, we want to be client-driven. We want to have client-driven care in this facility, right? These are the people that we're looking after. And by hearing their stories and then having someone from this table sit at that, come and hear that, I think advocates for them, and we listen to what they want. Can I be honest? No one wants to come to the food bank, but if we listen to them and how and what their experiences are, we can come up with programs and plans that affect them the best.
Councillor Robbins?
Yeah, thank you, through the chair. So I have a story back to you here. My dearly departed mama, she would love to hear me say that publicly. She worked with vulnerable populations most of my life, and what she did for them is she cooked for them. And so the idea of nurturing people through food was ingrained in her. My grandma did something similar, but my mom sort of took it to that next level. And she would be really delighted to see the root cellar, especially the idea of the grocery store model, because for her it was all about the dignity of the people. And so how she shared food with them was to laugh with them. That was a big part of that. And I know, having been to the root cellar, I did get a tour. Well, I didn't get to go all the way in the back because I was sort of stuck out front a little bit, but I did hear some of the stories. And I would really like to come again and be able to see all the way into the back. And I heard about it, but I didn't get to actually see it. But I know that there's a lot of laughter there. And so you're not calling it a food bank, you're calling it a food and wellness hub, which I think is like exactly what it should be. And laughter and joy to go there is hard to come by. And so you really bring that. So I don't think you highlighted that, or you can see it in the smiles on the people's faces. And I think that's due to your donors, that's due to your staff, that's due to your board, and of course your many volunteers bring all of that wonderful energy to your wellness hub, which is exactly what it should be. Anyway, my question is not about that at all, now that I've told my story. It's about your fundraising. So I follow you, so I do see your fundraising, and so you recently had the Amazing Race. I want to know how it went and what the next big fundraising event's going to be.
So we did this is the third year that we did the Root Cellar's Amazing Race for Hunger. The first year we raised just over 35, last year was over 55, and this year we raised $96,000. So it was an incredible feat. It takes an army to put that event on, but it was incredible. And our next big event that we have coming up is Wild Food Drive. So we are excited to partner with them again and collect a lot of food.
That's awesome. Thank you so much, Melissa. I did see a lot about the Amazing Race, and it looked like people were having so much fun, but the logistics of it were complicated, so great job. That's a lot of money to raise in one event. So, and to the participants, I'm sure they had a lot of fun, and good for them for participating. Participants participating. Anyway, you get what I meant. Anyway, thank you so much for your information. I'll be very interested to get the invite to come and tour, and then have some discussion about council member being, we sit on a lot of different committees, and our city manager has been working out, figuring out why do we sit on some and not others. So your request is very timely. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't see any further questions, but I do, on behalf of council and the community and everyone who uses your service, want to extend our gratitude. It's easy to take things kind of for granted when they've been there, but I think we can all have a sense of, given how many people are using your services, what our community might look like without it. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we'll move to unfinished business. We have 10.1, new council code of conduct bylaw. And the first reading of this occurred on March 4th, 2024. Council asked for some amendments, and it is back before us now. City Manager Mitchell.
Thank you, through the chair. I'll turn it over to City Solicitor Bullock, but we did work on the amendments that council requested, and I'm pleased with the results. And City Solicitor Bullock has done a really good briefing note, but he'll give you a high-level overview of the changes that occurred.
Good evening, and through the chair, thank you. So on June 17th of this year, this bylaw was last before you, or the topic of the bylaw was before you that night. Staff presented a report to council to address the integrity commissioner issue and other issues of concern to council. At that meeting, council directed staff to make various amendments to the proposed bylaw and to bring it back for council's consideration. My team's now completed the drafting of those amendments to the new Code of Conduct bylaw, and I'll just explain what has changed. First of all, we've removed the ALR committee as an initial assessment body for council code of conduct complaints. Secondly, the establishment of a complaint system that directs all formal complaints to an external integrity commissioner for initial assessment and potential investigation. Thirdly, there's a section added that allows individual council members the ability to contact the integrity commissioner for advice and recommendations on any matter related to the code of conduct bylaw. We adjusted the definition of complainant to require a complainant to meet at least one of the criteria listed there to ensure the person has a connection to Medicine Hat. We also made some additional, I would call relatively minor adjustments to the bylaw in places where we felt additional clarity or context was needed. One such change was made in response to an upcoming amendment to the MGA regarding counselor attendance at orientation training. The MGA amendment will make attendance at that training mandatory, and so we adjusted the bylaw wording accordingly. If passed by council, the bylaw would come into effect immediately. Now, this change is a departure from our original suggestion that the bylaw come into effect on March 1 of next year. The March 1 date was based on the need for time to select an integrity commissioner. However, we heard council's concerns about that at the June 17th meeting and came up with a solution to allow the bylaw to come into effect immediately when passed. In the bylaw, at the end of the bylaw, there's a transitional section that states that if any complaints are received following passage of the bylaw, those complaints would be held in abeyance until an integrity commissioner is appointed by council. When appointed, the integrity commissioner would respond to the complaints, if any, in accordance with the bylaw. An email address for submission of complaints could be added to the city's website shortly after the bylaw is passed. And so all of the changes made to the bylaw since first reading are shown in red line for you in the council packet. And the bylaw is presented to you tonight for second and third readings as amended. Thank you.
Yes, let's have a motion and then discussion.
Thank you. I'll move that council gives second reading to bylaw 4805 as amended.
Second.
I'm not seeing any speakers. I have a few questions. With respect to, let me see here, trying to work through my highlights. Complaint and information resolution process. So this is before the mediation, and mediation is number 17 in our package. And my preference, and I think it's important to maintain separation from the organization through administration or through council, is to have all of the things. So it says in 17.2, the complainant may request the city clerk or the city manager to assist in an informal discussion of the alleged complaint. In my view, that should be the integrity commissioner as well. The city manager, in consultation with the city solicitor, must select a mediator. That should be the integrity commissioner. So basically anywhere where the policy would invites or authorizes administration to do something. I think that should be the integrity commissioner, and I think that would help prevent disruption or negative feelings if it was just an external person doing it. And then with respect to the only person talking to the integrity commissioner being the chair of ALR, my question would be, why wouldn't that be the mayor? And so I will throw those two things out there, and then I have a couple more. City Manager Mitchell?
I will turn it over to City Solicitor Bullock because he's more familiar with the technical aspects.
Just on your first point, Mayor Clark, that would be a decision of council to make. It could be done either way, in my view. We're talking about the early stages. There's no formal complaint at this early stage. So we didn't see a problem with having the city staff involved in that, but if council feels differently, that could certainly be changed.
Yeah, I guess my feeling is that anytime a person is making a complaint against the counselor, there would potentially be sensitive information or a potential for information to be disclosed to administration that maybe shouldn't be. And to take it completely out of the administration side prevents any kind of friction or problems that could arise from having the council's employee investigating a member of council or mediating through with a member of council. So I totally agree it is a decision of council. I just wanted to get your perspective on it.
On the other issue about the ALR chair being the contact, historically that role was sort of filled by the ALR committee. And so we just felt that it was appropriate to keep that person in that role. Again, but that could be changed. It could be the mayor if that's what council wishes, but we went with the ALR committee chair and or possibly the vice chair. So
Thank you. And there is a couple of occurrences, I think, of this idea that, the integrity commissioner can ask for additional information from the complainant. And I'm just wondering if it would also be helpful to allow the integrity commissioner to request information from the city on their own motion. For example, if the complainant doesn't have it or the respondent doesn't have it.
can you just point me to the section you're referring to, Mayor?
My apologies. There's 19.4, and it's also in the investigation section, or it appears twice, that same kind of language. So basically, the integrity commissioner could be looking at a situation and think, I think there's a missing piece of information. They could, on their own motion, request that information, not from the complainant or the respondent, but the city.
Well, I haven't had time to process really what you're asking, but if council wants further clarification or change on that, I would, a motion could be made to make an adjustment.
But was that something that you found in other jurisdictions or not really?
The idea of asking for additional information? Certainly, yes. Yeah.
But on their own motion?
It was mostly on their own motion, yes. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Robbins?
Yes, thank you, and through the chair. I had the same observation as Mayor Clark about, I think it's because we were replacing the ALR committee with integrity commissioner, that there were certain places we should have probably thought where other city staff might be involved in the process that we could move that to the integrity commissioner. So I hear what she's saying, and I noted the same thing myself. But I just had two questions. So one is 19 point, sorry, well, I'm talking about that. And also the original Code of Conduct had the Administrative and Legislative Committee doing a lot of the front work, and so I think you're right, that's why it was in there, sort of as a remnant of the old Code of Conduct, is to refer things back to the chair of that committee, and I'm not sure that's sort of the role of the committee anymore, now that they don't have to do any of that, any of the review of the complaint, so, I mean, the report has to come back to somebody, it doesn't much matter to me who it is, as long as it's coming back and then it gets back to council in some manner. But anyway, my questions. 19.3 I'm looking at, and I apologize, I'm just not clever enough for or imaginative enough to say, I'm looking at 19.3 subsection F. So it's saying where the complaint can't be made, and it says the conduct is covered by other applicable legislative appeal, complaint, or court process. Can you just give me an example of what that might be?
Through the chair, there could be a situation where, say, a council member's on the MPC and votes on a matter where an applicant thinks maybe the council member has a bias, for example. So the remedy in that situation would be to file an appeal to the SDAB, not to make a complaint under the Code of Conduct bylaw. Another example could be if a council member had a pecuniary interest and voted on a matter under the MGA, that person would be disqualified from council automatically under the MGA. And if they refuse to leave, there's a process set out in the MGA to deal with that. A court process would follow. So,
Great. Thank you. I was struggling, and that really answered my question so nicely. And I also had just one question about the sanctions under 25.2. And I just want to ensure those sanctions are just what are reflected in the MGA, no additional sanctions. That sort of matches the language of the MGA in that section?
yes, it does. And this comes from a regulation. It matches what the regulation says. Yep.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I also had a couple of questions about the timelines. So in 18.4, it's not later than 90 days after the date the complainant became aware of the conduct giving rise to the complaint. Would that include a pattern of long-term behavior? So sometimes it's a pattern and then something happens and it's within the time frame, but if it's a pattern of behavior, then it would go back for the entire, like that one thing might not have been like super bad in itself, but if it's a pattern.
I think that could be the case, Mayor Clark. I think it would be up to the Integrity Commissioner to make that judgment as to whether that 90-day period has been met, and if maybe there was a continuing matter that extended that period. But the Integrity Commissioner would make that call.
But they could only do that if it was permitted under 18.4, right?
I'm not sure I understand what you're asking me.
Well, the Integrity Commissioner would have to follow the rules in the bylaw. And so if the interpretation of that clause is that you can only address things that happened within the 90 days, then they don't really have any discretion to choose something else unless we add that they have discretion.
It has to be within 90 days, right? It'd have to be something that occurred not later than 90 days prior. There's no discretion.
But you were, oh, sorry, maybe I misunderstood what you were saying. You were suggesting, I thought, that the Integrity Commissioner could make a decision about like a pattern of behavior, but that would be a discretion, wouldn't it? Up to their discretion? But it doesn't give them discretion under this piece?
So if the conduct is continuing, that 90-day period might continue as well from the last time it happened. I'm not sure if I'm
just
answering
wondering
your
if that's what this says.
I think so,
Okay.
yeah.
I also think 10 days is a very short period of time for putting a response back. So I would like to add discretion there as well. So I am wondering if anyone else has any discussions or would like to make a motion to amend? Go ahead. Okay.
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair, I think there's been a couple really good points raised. I'd hate to almost amend on the fly. I think Councillor Hirsch talks about that quite often, and I think this is particularly important that we get right. So I'm wondering, do we need a motion to send this back to have those couple of issues that have been identified, I think, by Councillor Robbins and the mayor, and have them fixed so it's right, but that's just my view.
Councillor Robbins?
And thank you, and through the chair, I like all of the work that's been done here. It really reflects the discussion we have, and these are just little fine tuning things, that some remnants from the old bylaw, and we weren't clear enough about removing all of those, so I think that's definitely on council. I think that if it is to go back to amend these things, I think first council would have to say they wanted them amended, because the way that it's worded will work, and meet the needs and the discussion we had last time. So they are sort of minor tweaks. So I'm happy either way to see it go back to have these things amended, but before that could take place, we'd all have to agree that those amendments are warranted, or we proceed as is. So if there's no motion to amend or motion to, well, we'd have to have some sort of motion to say that two of us has said what we thought about some of the language, but it also is very functional the way it is and does reflect the conversation we had last time. So I'm a bit torn. I'll listen to others before I chime in further.
Councillor Sharps?
Thank you, and through the chair. So I appreciate what you both have said. I will say that I would not support a change right now. And I would hope that we would do this in motion and not just send it back to administration one more time without clear and a will of council. So I just, if there's a motion on the table, I will vote either way, depending on what the motion says. But as of right now, I do like this the way it is. I believe we've beaten it to death. I think we're getting into some minutia that administration actually needs to deal with, and it's out of the purview of council. And maybe I don't have that right, but I'm happy with the way this is written.
Councillor Hyder?
Thank you, and through the chair, I'm completely satisfied the way this is written. I don't feel it's necessary we send it back to administration for them to, without proper direction. And if it's workable the way it is, I think it's fine. Thank you.
Councillor Hirsch?
I wouldn't be normally the person that would be of an opinion of this, but I do recognize that this is a bylaw that will actually be followed by a great number of people, and they want almost the literal interpretation of this, and so I'm very sensitive to this. In fact, I even direct it to 5.2, unless council directs otherwise, the mayor is council official spokesperson, and in the absence of the mayor is the deputy mayor. The only thing I want to speak to that is what happens when chair of subcommittees are invited for a interview, and that's not listed in here unless I'm missing something. So are we, and I'm not trying to make this literal, I'm far from a person that does that sort of thing, but is that in some ways already assumed that when we talk about this, and I'm just reading that section even from that, and I'm one that started at this term, at the start of this term said, if you're not representing the council, you have to say, in my humble opinion, et cetera, et cetera. So my intent is not to get into the minutia. In fact, I usually stray away from that stuff, but because people will, outside of council, or in fact, outside of administration, will be looking at this as our guidepost, I think it needs to be, as much as I hate to say it, we need to kind of nail this down and not talk about the intent or even talk about what we're trying to accomplish, that we actually do make sure the language is appropriate in here. just because of the people that will be following or may be wanting to utilize this bylaw as a vehicle in terms of making a concern. So I don't know, again, I'll throw it back to council to say how we want to handle this, but that's just an observation to me. Thanks.
City Manager Mitchell.
Thank you, and through the chair, I do agree that this has been back and forth to administration a few times. With regards to Councillor Hurst's specific question, I believe that's covered in the procedural bylaw, but I would defer to City Solicitor Bullock about speaking for council and ask if he could respond to that. Thank you.
Yeah, I just don't recall off the top of my head if that's addressed in the procedure bylaw. It's, like you say, it's pointed out here in 5.2. I'm sorry, I'd have to check the bylaw.
I am fairly certain it is not in the procedure bylaw, it's only in the code of conduct. Is that, and can you further explain why that is a critical, I'm missing the point of like what you, what specifically around the spokesperson piece and the chair of the committees?
Just only that that's not reflective on here either as a addendum to item 5.2 that chair of committees are authorized or something to that effect, because a person looking at this and then all of a sudden watching a news item says, oh, there's Councillor so-and-so making statements, and according to this bylaw, they're not entitled to do so. So I don't want, I'm sorry to be so literal, but I feel like we're in this day and age.
So I guess I'm just wondering, I don't disagree with what you're saying, but I'm not sure that 5.2 says that it just says that all media inquiries on a decision of council would go to the mayor or deputy minister. So no one is prevented from speaking about a topic, but I'm maybe still not understanding. Councillor McGrogan?
Yeah, thank you. And through the chair, just on this same issue, the way I read 5.2, it basically is all inquiries from the media regarding the official council position. And I'm trying to think of how often a committee chair would actually state an official position. They might say, you know, the committee's doing X, Y, and Z, and I can't speak for council, but this is what's going to go to council. So I'm not seeing where that would be applicable. I think it's covered, but that's just my view on that one.
Okay, so a number of issues have come up. If we want to put forward a motion to amend or a motion to refer, now would be the time to do that. I am not seeing anyone. I can't make motions because I'm the chair. So we will move on to Councillor Knodel. Move on to voting. And that passes.
So I move that council gives third reading to bylaw 4805 as amended.
I'll second.
Any further discussion or amendments? Seeing none, we'll vote on the motion. We'll vote on third reading of bylaw 4805. I meant to vote N on that one. It still passes, but just for the record, I apologize. So that passes, and now we need to talk about the integrity commissioner. So Andy, Councillor McGrogan.
Yeah, thank you. So I move that council directs administration to begin a selection process for an integrity commissioner, and that a recommended candidate be put forward for council's consideration.
I'll second that motion.
I'm just wondering if it was supposed to be recommended candidates put be put forward for council's consideration, like that there would be options. Because if it's just one, then it's like, that's the only choice. Counselor Sharps?
Thank you, Mayor Clerk. Through the chair, I would actually like to concur with that. If it's only one candidate, then in essence, administration would be choosing that. So if we could maybe stipulate more than one, like 2 to 3, I would agree. Do I need to make a friendly amendment? Or no such thing, right? No such thing.
No such
Duly
thing,
noted.
but I feel like if it was a typo,
Okay.
then we can. Clerical error.
Oh, so
I
right, understood, sorry, it went right over my head. So we're adding an S,
Go ahead.
adding an S, okay.
oh, sorry, can I? Yep.
City Manager Mitchell.
Through the chair, it actually does say candidates, so that's our, no? Oh, okay, sorry, up there. But we did intend. We didn't want to say, here's the choice, and that's it.
Okay, so I don't think a motion is necessary because that was the intention.
And the direction's clear.
Okay, so are there any, oh, Counselor Robbins.
Yeah, I just had a question, maybe so I can understand a little better, because we don't have a budget associated with the Integrity Commissioner, so you could have them paid per investigation, they could have a flat rate, they could have flat rated, and then if there's extra time, bill that. In the RFP or the selection process, has there been thought, did it come through at committee? Because I didn't, if it did, I didn't grasp that how the funding model what the funding model might look like. Because we don't have a budget associated with this item, and I appreciate that we cannot, having never walked down this road before, but I'm a little concerned that we'll end up in an expensive result.
I think the other question, and Counselor Sharps, I believe I heard you said salary amount. I don't know that we've really landed on contractor or employee at this point either. Like not an employee, but like a full-time person or a person that we just pay like a lawyer for each investigation. City Manager Mitchell?
Thank you, through the chair, and I will turn it over to City Solicitor Bullock, but if you remember in our earlier conversations about this, we looked at the City of Red Deer model, and they had an integrity commissioner on retainer, as did other municipalities. I do believe in Ontario, the City of Thunder Bay, their budget for year was about $150,000, as was the City of Red Deer. And depending on the year or the situation, whether that amount gets used up or not, it depends on that, but we certainly did consider the funding model, and that will be part of the RFP process because we always take those into consideration. But I'll turn it over to City Solicitor Bullock for some expansion.
Well, just to expand on that, the briefing note indicates that money will be included in the next budget cycle for the Integrity Commissioner. I think it says $100,000. We don't know right now what it's going to cost per year. It depends on the contract we're able to negotiate with the successful proponent. So that's yet to be determined, but there is money being set aside in the budget for this, for the coming 2-year cycle.
Yeah, I just was sort of curious about what the model is and what that might look like, but I suppose until you put out the RFP and you receive the information back, you're not really going to be able to get into further details, but when you've got some candidates, then we'll hear about it more. Okay, thank you.
But wouldn't preparing the RFP require an understanding of whether they would be full-time on call or just this is the lawyer we're going to use for this purpose? City Manager Mitchell?
Not necessarily. We could put out a request for proposal that said, this is the service we want, tell us how you do it, but it depends on how we develop the RFP. And that's certainly something that we'll take into consideration when we do that.
Because I recall there were also a couple of other things that other municipalities' integrity commissioners provide, like training or, a consult, that kind of thing. And so is that going to be part of the suite of services?
Yes, and I believe in the briefing note, it does state that there will be training and availability for members of council to reach out to the Integrity Commissioner should they have any concerns or questions.
So when does it start that only the chair of ALR can speak to the Integrity Commissioner? Is that just with respect to codes of conduct?
Yes, if there's a complaint made, and it's into the formal process, if there's a need for communication with council, we're saying it would be the chair of the ALR committee that will be the liaison for that.
Okay, thank you. Is there any other speakers or anyone who wants to make any amendments? We feel like, I think what City Manager Mitchell was saying is that it would be more of a, you tell us how we're going to do it RFP, and if that's the case, then I'm comfortable with that. So, seeing no further speakers, we will vote. And that's unanimous. Item 10.2 is 1061108 Alberta Limited seeking tax cancellation. City Manager Mitchell.
Thank you. As all penalties that are under relief have to come before council, you have the report before you, and it is a request from a numbered company for Alberta requesting tax cancellation. And I have Managing Director Barta here if you have any questions.
Any questions? Okay. Councillor Dumanowski?
Yep, through the chair, I move that council does not grant tax cancellation to 1061108 Alberta Limited in relation to 2 properties on Briar Park Way Northeast.
And I'll second that.
Any discussion? Seeing none, we'll vote on the tax cancellation. Once again, I have to apologize. I was tripped up by the negative. Sorry, my apologies. Can I switch it to a Y? My vote is Y. So next we'll move on to item number 11, new business. We have an updated staff recruitment and selection policy, 8016. City Manager Mitchell.
Thank you, and through the chair, this is our ongoing effort to make our processes more user-friendly, update some of the things that we're doing. In our overall 3-year people strategy, we're trying to make some changes so that I do believe that Director Koken mentioned previously that job policies or job descriptions, 14 people actually had to come in contact with them. So I'm going to introduce Director Koken to give us just a high-level overview.
Thanks. Good evening, Mayor Clark and Council. So this is an updated policy to the updated changes to the policy of 8016. The current policy was created back in 2008, so it is 16 years old. There's a lot of, I would say, non-relevance in language and terminology, departments, positions, and a few other things that we want to update. We wanted a more robust statement that really reflected our workforce and our environment today. Specifically, if you do look at the policy, where We really want to encourage the recruitment of underrepresented persons. That is something that's integral today in our recruitment strategies and how we want to go out and source the best candidates for the City of Medicine Hat. And we are moving forward with a lot of our policies where they are aligned with the city's corporate strategic objectives. And this is one that underdevelop and foster a culture of partnership would really, it would relate, especially with the key outcome of achieving continuous improvement through process efficiency. So those are some of the drivers behind this. And I'm open to questions about this policy. Thank you.
Any questions? Councillor Robbins. And then once we're finished with the questions, we'll get the motion on the table. Or,
Yep.
yeah, okay,
Yeah, I
go
just
ahead.
have a question, no commentary on the, Director Kogan, it's polka dot day. So my question is, so in the statement, at the beginning, and I think this is something like, I think I understand it having working in another form of government, and often working on HR things. So I just want to make sure that the community understands it, and if I'm wrong, that you correct me on my understanding. So we have in the statement that the city will encourage the recruitment of underrepresented persons historically, and then describes who those underrepresented persons might be. And then in principles, paragraph 2, it says, no preference will be granted to any applicant beyond the bona fide requirements and qualifications for the position. So can you tell us how those two statements work together and don't actually clash?
Right. So we want to make sure, thank you, Councillor Robinson, through the chair. We want to ensure in our overarching statement that we are an employer, that we don't want those underrepresented persons to not feel that they can't apply. And I think having that statement, it gives, how can I explain this? It puts it out there so they know they can apply. However, we still have, within the principles, we want to make sure that, we want to make sure that preferences aren't given, that it's still the correct candidate with the right qualifications that are applying for the roles, and that we are hiring that person for those roles. But we want to make sure that we make it very clear we are a welcoming employer, and that those people or persons that may not have felt comfortable applying before, it is within our statement that we do welcome their applications and sourcing and recruitment of them.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Councillor Sharps.
Thank you. I just wanted to state, in alignment with that, it's pretty easy when it comes to equal opportunity to say it, but if it's not written anywhere, it's hard to hold anybody accountable to equal opportunity. But never, and I know Carla, or Director Cook, sorry, would agree with me, everybody around this table, we should never hire somebody based on being a minority. They should be the best qualified. But equal opportunity means, I mean, it's something that's been practiced now for 30 years, so it makes me sad that this is the first time we're seeing this in document writing at City of Medicine Hat. So well done for catching it and getting it out here. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Knoedel. Okay, a couple of questions. I'm a little bit confused about the principles. I think what about 3 of them are kind of trying to say is that we won't discriminate except as permitted by the Human Rights Code. Because the first one says we won't discriminate at all. And then the second one, the third one says we won't discriminate specifically with respect to marital and family relationships, which is already covered under the human, like it's covered under number 1 and the Human Rights Code. And then lists a bunch of things, some exceptions to that. I think and kind of 4 kind of plays in that too. So I think the basic principle is that we'll follow the Human Rights Code.
It is. Oops, pardon me. Sorry, thank you through the chair, Mayor Clark. You're absolutely right. However, we did want that specificity of ensuring that we have it laid out so it can't come back and say, well, this wasn't in your principle.
But you're just providing some examples, and that is, like, we could just add it to the one sentence. I'm just like a little bit because we're only talking about family status and marital status with respect to the exemptions. And there are a wide variety of exemptions that may apply under the test in the Human Rights Code. So I'm not sure why I understand what you're trying to get at with family and marital status. But by listing that one specifically out, to me, it kind of seems like we are not going to fall, like the bona fide occupational requirements test for the rest of them. Does that make sense?
It does, through the chair. Mayor Clark, so if it is the will of council to return this and have it more condensed, we can do that. I think when we were working on this, we just wanted to ensure that that was very clear in the statements, such as family members in the same department, and to have that again, to be that specific. But we can take that back and make those changes if that's the will, for sure.
And then on item number 4, I feel like we should just always avoid conflict of interest, regardless of what the cause of conflict of interest is. So I feel like the principle should be avoid conflict of, or prevent conflicts of interest, because that's the that's the broad principle, rather than only in this circumstances will we care about conflict of interest.
Through the chair, Mayor Clark, again, it was just being that specific to go back, that we actually have it written in, so you couldn't come back, and if, in the event that that did happen, it would be, well, where wasn't that stated? So there wasn't an assumption made that there was an overarching conflict of interest, but again, if it is the will of council, we can take that back.
Okay, thank you. I also was just wanting to get your comments on including general fairness and internal advancement, so that, you know, our employees know that there's an opportunity for them to move up in the organization. And I don't actually know what our current process for that is, so maybe you could just comment on that.
Thank you. Through the chair, Mayor Clark. So in relation to somebody actually being promoted, like outside of, so somebody's, I just want to make sure I understand your question. So outside of being recruited, selected, and hired, we're now going to speak to how they actually get promoted internally? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, so like, as an example, a managing director retires, or a director retires, and then hopefully as an organization, we're mentoring and training the people under them to potentially be able to take on that role at some point. Is that a recruitment, or is that you go to the staff first?
That would be, pardon me, through the chair, Mayor Clark. So that would be something that would be more part of our succession planning, mentoring programs. It wouldn't be specific to recruitment and selection, at least from an HR perspective, that's how we view it. We could put something in there, but I think with the recruitment and selection policy, that's where we wanted to keep it within those two streams. And we are working on a number of different plans and projects within People Services that will address succession planning, mentoring, 9-box talent review, all of that. That would see once the employee is hired, now what's their career path going forward? So we want to keep them in two separate streams.
Okay, and what about any requirements on living in the city? Is that under our remote workplace policy, or?
Oops, sorry, pardon me. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Through the chair, Mayor Clark, we did drill down into that, into the procedures, and we are looking at the remote work program differently, which is we do want to have more of a solid policy, and we're flushing that out right now.
And we don't have the procedures and are not approving any of the procedures. We haven't seen them. Is that? Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, and through the chair, one thing we're trying to get some clarity around is council approves policy and procedures are administrative. So it's been a bit challenging because the various things we've been bringing forward to council have had both of them commingled, and we're trying to separate them, but being mindful that council didn't have the experience of not having them separated, we had to, at some point, draw a line, and this is the line. So we're trying to make sure that council gets to see the policies which you own, and the procedures are ours administratively.
Final question. In responsibilities of council, number 2, it says, appoint the selection committee for the recruitment of the city manager, reporting directly to council, but there's nothing about like any kind of process around how that would occur or, you know, what, any kind of process. So presumably, you know, you look at to the procedures and so council, yes, we can strike a hiring committee, but then what? So I'm just wondering, like, if that needs to, I would like that to be fleshed out a little more.
And through the chair, Mayor Clark, in number 2, under responsibilities of council, when you would put together a selection committee, there would be that process that would be lined out within the policy. We could put it in within the policy, however, keeping in mind that that procedure could actually change, and then you would have to bring the policy right back. But through an RFP process or however that would work, that selection committee and that recruiter that council would choose, you would own that. And so we could change language to say you own the process. We're totally comfortable with that. And I just want to go back to your previous question about remote work. Under the principles under number 1, we say that it's a very small recognition because we are fleshing out the remote work program, but it does say no applicant shall be discriminated against in any way. And if you look at the end, it says or location. So remote work is something that's, it's a case-by-case basis. So we are looking at that very differently, but there is a reference of we wouldn't discriminate against somebody in a location.
So you're saying that the procedures that council would use to hire the city manager are in the procedures which we don't have or approve?
Okay.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair, and having been involved in a few of these on one side or the other, every council wants to tackle the hiring of their city manager or CAO in a different manner. And I don't believe it would be effective to put over-prescriptive procedures in, because this council used a certain process to hire various city managers, including myself, but the next council may want to look at doing it a bit differently. So I think leaving it saying very clearly this is in the purview of council, and then council makes that decision is the right way to go.
I personally would have found it being in a policy very, very helpful for us, for going through these. Councillor Hirsch.
Thanks. Just in regards to some of the language purposely put in there, I found it understandable that with the messaging, you're trying to be welcoming for all, but yet have the limitations, and quite frankly, I kind of know why they were in there. So you ran into certain circumstances where that came into play. Guess what? That happens in the banking world all the time. What used to be a small little loan document is now 30 pages long. Guess why? So loopholes got found and they purposely got in there. So I'm okay with that in the language in there. And in fact, on responsibilities of council, I don't mind the open language on item 2, because I've been party where the ad hoc committee gets struck and it might be composed of a whole bunch of different people, basically maybe because of the skill sets that we're trying to get at with a city manager or anything like that. So any type of ad hoc committee that gets formed will form its own terms of reference. So I'm completely comfortable that that ball gets thrown back into our court and we can decide accordingly. Thanks.
Seems like we're moving into debate, and I don't think we have this motion on.
I'm just making comments that were.
Yeah, sorry, I wasn't meaning to, I'm just, do we?
I move that council rescinds job description policy 8031 in its entirety.
I'll second that motion.
That's the incorrect motion.
I'm rushing. I move that council approves the amendments to staff recruitment and selection policy 8016 as presented. My apologies.
My apologies as well. Eager to move forward, obviously. I will second that motion. Thank you.
Counselor Sharps?
Thank you, through the chair. So I just wanted to comment, it's not even a question, Director, it's more a comment on remote work. I find it very interesting. I know there was lots of talk on various places about remote workers, and I wonder if people give thought to the fact that, I mean, I have family members that live in town that are professors at University of Regina and University of Calgary, and they still live in Medicine Hat, and they're building new houses, and all their kids go to university or go to school here and have jobs here. So remote works both ways. It's not just to our advantage, and I would hope that, you know, I obviously don't want our taxpayer dollars being everywhere else, but if it's the right person for the right job, I hope that we would have some discretion at the administration level to do some remote work. So, I mean, I would hate to think some of these professors would no longer be working because they live in Medicine Hat, because that's a lot of income in our community. So I just wanted to say that.
City Manager Mitchell?
Thank you, and through the chair to Councillor Sharps, I would agree, and there seems to be stigma around remote work, but we have to understand that in the current 2024 workforce that we are living with, labor shortage, that remote work is very real and very acceptable, as long as it fits in of the needs of the services that we're providing, and we're always very mindful of that with administration. But it does really need to be one of the tools we have in our toolbox. Thank you.
Councillor McGrogan?
Yeah, thank you, through the chair. Just quickly, we always hear this expression that less is more, and most of the time that's probably right, but I do like the, if we want to call it over-prescriptive nature of some of those statements. I think it's good to explain it and make it very clear, so I support it the way it is.
Councillor Van Dyke?
Yes, thank you, through the chair. So again, I don't want to flog a dead horse, but number 3, I like the clarification around family. We live in a small city with a lot of family members, and I know that there are parents and children and spouses that work at the city. So I think it's necessary to have some parameters around who reports to who and around financial issues related to that. So I appreciate and understand why that piece in particular is pulled out. Thank you.
Councillor Dumanowski?
Yeah, through the chair, just a couple of brief comments. Like others, I think we're getting bogged down with the difference between policy, procedure, and process, the 3 Ps. When it comes to the hiring of a city manager, there's always a process that's outlined at the onset of that recruitment, and I wouldn't want to fetter a future council from identifying a particular process that works for them. The whole conversation around how prescriptive or not we get, I think it's correct that we, and it's certainly time that we have updated the principles regarding this bylaw. For me, the remote work is a good conversation. I think, unfortunately, I think as soon as you sanction some support for that, you're on one side of somebody's fence, and if you are opposed to it, you're on the other side. But the realities are, in the 21st century workplace, that there are times where that is necessary or in temporary measure. And so we have to be open to that. A good example would be the very conversation we had a short time ago. An integrity commissioner very well may not reside in Medicine Hat, and they may work for multiple municipalities, in which case, again, they would be under employment or some agreement with the city, but not reside here. So I think we need to be very careful but practical around the conversation around all of these criteria, especially the one on remote work, so we're not putting ourselves in a difficult position unnecessarily. So I just wanted to make those comments. Thank you.
Councillor Knodel?
Thank you, Mayor Clark. And through the chair, I think that I'm going to just speak high level. I think generally this elevates the needs of the organization and clarifies the direction of going forward. and how to I guess even looking at any revision allows us to come to the modern era. And I feel like that's something that even in curriculum and education, we see that we're functioning under time that has passed. And I think that having access to a toolbox that serves us today is really important. In regards to listing those exclusive categories, as has been discussed around the table, my feeling is that listing them doesn't make them the only option. It just gives a person the idea that this is one of the common issues that we see, and it allows us to have clarity on that. So makes sense to me. Thank you.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify, I am in no way opposed to remote work or the utilization of that tool, certainly. I think the community's concern was about the cost and how it puts perhaps a person who's working remotely in a better position than other employees. And so it's more about the how. It's not all remote work is bad. So like we all have worked remotely likely because we went through COVID and it works for some people and not for others. Okay, I will call the question. And that passes. Next item is 11.2. Sorry, Councilor Bendick? Oh, okay. Okay. 11.2, rescind job description policy 8031. City Manager Mitchell.
Thank you. Not to belabor this item, it's, again, a process that we're looking at updating. I think I will quote somebody at one of the administration meetings who said, if something is still on typewriter, then it's probably time for us to have a look at it. And I will turn it over to Director Koken.
Thank you, through the chair. This is a very outdated policy, 1986. So when I took a look at this, written on a typewriter, very arduous process and policies. So when I did start looking at this, I did a bit of a scan to see, well, what are other places doing for policies? And a number of cities don't have a job description policy any longer. It is a bit of an outdated policy to have. A job description is a process. It's a procedure that we have in HR and people services. It always evolves and changes. Job descriptions are meant to be reviewed, what is needed at the organization level, and that can change all the time. If you take a look at IT roles or roles in different areas, that there's always evolving. We want our job descriptions to be relative to that. So when we do get to recruitment and selection, we have the most updated job description policy. So this is something that I've brought forward. I'm open to questions and conversation about this, but we also have, we have been working on a very robust process of getting job descriptions done much quicker using technology. We are in the middle of a compensation project right now where we're overhauling and taking a look at all of our compensation grids for non-union roles. I'll be very clear about that. And job descriptions are part of that as well, that we have a stronger process using technology and a better template that's reflected of things like competencies and what we want to see in current state in our workforce. So with that, I'm open to questions.
Why don't we get the motion on the floor right away here? Councillor Hyder.
I move that council rescinds job description policy 8031 in its entirety.
I'll second that motion.
Councillor Sharps.
Thank you, Mayor Clark, and through the chair. So I have to say, when I first read this, I was reading this on Thursday night, and I'm like, how could they have a policy that's 15 years old? And realizing that it's 35 years old, but you know, I still think the 80s are 15 years ago. So I will say, so grateful to see this coming out. I hope that council can be really strategic when we do things, and us bogging down in job descriptions wasn't helpful. And I will tell you that when we did one of the recruitment processes as council, there were some amendments made by the committee, and I think it was 15 signatures before that came back to council, and it was our job. It was a city manager position prior to Ms. Mitchell. So it was unbelievable to me. So what a waste of time and resources. So I appreciate that this is getting cleaned up. It's easier to be efficient when there's efficiencies in place to make this happen. So thank you for this. I appreciate it.
Councillor Hirsch.
So I'm supportive of the rescinding of the order of this, but I just do have a question, Director Koken. In the development of a job description, and I'm just thinking about the frontline staff that get a job description and maybe they feel it's top heavy where their immediate supervisor have now downloaded some opportunities and responsibilities. What is the process for that? And is that through the process going to be vetted away and ensure that that doesn't come into play? Like, because I read that the department heads kind of review it, but knowing consultation would be with some supervisors, et cetera. If there's a job description that gets done, kind of call it on the fly or a new role, how does that get vetted and reviewed and ascertained that that's the correct amount of duties relevant to the role? So I know it might not be limited here, but it just led my thought process to that.
Thank you. Through the chair, Councillor Hirsch. So currently what we are doing is when a job description needs to be reviewed or if we have a new role, there's involvement from people services and the leader of that department, of the hiring manager or the leader of who's needing the job description changed. And earlier this year, we hired a compensation analyst. And so the job description goes directly to the compensation analyst and people services. So they are completely objective. They're going to create the right job description for that in consultation with the leader as well. They're going to create the right job description for what that role is. So there's a number of conversations, a number of meetings, and there's back and forth. The other reason that we're having the comp analyst look at it as well is because, of course, the compensation is linked to it. So then we can do a larger scan if it's in other municipalities, if it's with Mercer compensation data, to make sure we've got what we need for the city of Medicine Hat relative to that job description. And then ultimately, there is a review at other leadership level, and I know like it comes to me and I have a review of it as well. And then if I have questions, I can also sit down and go, okay, help me understand what we're trying to accomplish here. So there are different levels within the department, but then outside, so there is objectivity as well applied. You're welcome.
Councillor Dumanowski.
Yes, through the chair. Interesting that we do, as you've indicated, have a typewritten policy. I was going to suggest in humor that all current typewritten policies be rescinded entirely. Their relevance, I'm certain, is as relevant as the typewritten font that they're in. But that aside, for me, job description, again, is old vernacular. Responsibilities include is current language, and of course within a subset or skill set of that employee. But I find semantics or otherwise responsibilities include is more fluid and really captures kind of the needs of the day of that particular role, recognizing that almost every role today in every organization evolves and morphs and changes regularly. So job description certainly is antiquated language, and I fully support this.
Thank you. In the implementation plan, it says that people services will continue to develop job description process that is blah, blah, blah. I'm just wondering why we're rescinding this policy before we have a new procedure and process in place.
Through the chair, so the current procedures and the current policy we have, because it is so outdated, it's not adhered to all the time, because there are some things, even the language, we don't even have the correct language of reflective of the roles and the positions in the organization. So what we've done is we've instilled that leveling, and that was done when I arrived here, to have that overview, and we've just added in another overview from the compensation person. So we just wanted to be very open about that we are going to continue to proceed that way, because we can't stop the job descriptions being reviewed and created, because some are linked to recruitment, not all of them are, but we would have an extreme backlog if we stopped. So that was the reason for doing that, for putting that language in there.
Sorry, if you just stopped what? I'm sorry, I missed.
Like if we stopped doing any kind of job descriptions or any kind of that work, that procedural work or process work, and just waited until this came forward, we would have an extreme backlog. So we were managing the best we can with the old 1986 policy and procedures to what we needed today, and making sure we were working within ensuring that everything was covered off.
Sorry, I think I was asking the opposite of that.
Oh, sorry, I misunderstood.
Rather than why did you already kind of change the process, it was more why are we rescinding this policy before we have a full process?
I apologize through the chair. I'm not sure if I understand your question.
So you're developing a process for job descriptions, and you've kind of started working on that. In the absence of this policy, we don't have that process yet.
Through the chair, we do have processes that we've been working through, yes.
Okay. Councillor McGrogan?
Thank you, through the chair. I'm curious in your process, and I know from my old world, job descriptions are highly emotional for some groups of workers. I'm just wondering if we've consulted, the unions in relation to this, or is that part of your plan moving forward as you develop, a new procedure, or what your plan is in relation to, I guess, the collective bargaining units?
Through the chair, Councillor McGrogan, so this is more relative to non-union roles. We have a very distinct process in our collective bargaining agreements that is always adhered to. So this would be more relevant to non-union. You're welcome.
All right, seeing no further speakers, we will vote on the policy. And that's unanimous. Next item on the agenda is committee business. Thank you very much. Is committee business, and at 12.1, we have connected local government, options analysis, and recommendation. City Manager Mitchell.
Thank you, and through the chair, as requested earlier, we had a conversation about 311, and Director Robinson will give us a high-level overview of the briefing note included in your package.
Thank you. Good evening, Council. So this report is in response to the July 15th, 2024 Council motion requesting administration to bring forward, requesting administration to bring forward an item to be included for 2025 and 26 budget deliberations. So we're presenting three options considered, including a recommendation. The presentation at September 3rd, 2024 Open Council was an update on the progress of our citizen-facing digital strategy. Our strategy started back in 2020 with COVID stimulus grant money and as a financially fit initiative. Initially, this strategy set the foundation for the future to enable access to city services via a mobile-friendly digital channel. This channel was always intended to enhance or complement existing channels of service, not to replace them. One of the key deliverables was the My MH Citizen Portal, as demonstrated at Council meeting on September 3rd. Through continuous improvement, this strategy has continued to deliver strong results, enabling a digital mobile-friendly channel for citizens to access city services. In the background section in the report, we discussed some topics about what is a 311-like concept, current customer service delivery options, and the current MyMH Citizen Portal. Customer service has long been an area of focus for the city and has delivered a positive community response, as shown in some of our Ipsos community surveys. There is always room for improvement and quality and efficiency, for sure. Three options presented. One was to continue on our current strategy, which is to organically and continuously improve the MyMH Citizen Portal. Option two was to rebrand and consolidate some of the options available there, perhaps putting more high-used and high-value options on an earlier page on the website. And option three, which is our recommended option, includes option 1 and 2, plus a 311 Connected Local Government Program Strategic Plan in order to consult with all stakeholders and determine the scope, cost, and recommend pragmatic implementation designs that could be the best fit for the City of Medicine Hat. We also outlined some pros and cons through all of the options there. And I just wanted to note that if Council doesn't approve this report today, we will be continuing on option 1, which is to continuously improve and organically improve our website as we've been doing to date. So that's all I had for you. I'm happy to take any questions or answer any questions.
Can I have a motion?
Yeah, I know. I move that council approves the recommendations as presented to be included in the 2025-2026 budget process.
Second.
Sorry, am I on the wrong one again? Oh, I am, okay.
Get the right one.
Sorry.
Yes.
Need a seconder?
I
did? Okay,
wasn't
sorry.
sure if Robert said it, yeah. So, okay, go ahead.
Sorry.
Yes, and you're going to go after
I
Councillor Sharp.
apologize,
Okay.
I didn't hit, so I'm a little confused. So as presented in the 25-26 budget process, but there's 3 options here. So that is approving all 3? I think that needs to be an amendment there. No, it doesn't.
Let's see what's the recommendation is that the whole thing is included. So that's option 3.
The whole thing?
But
No, yes.
I take your point that it isn't really clear in the
Okay.
motion.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
City Manager Mitchell?
Thank you through the chair. I think what Director Robinson is trying to say is that the recommendation is a combination of 1 and 2, which is option 3. So that's,
And there's additional things in option 3 that aren't in option 1 or 2. So it's the option 1 and 2 plus. Councillor McGrogan?
Thank you, through the chair. So question first and then a comment. I'm just, I'm curious now if what we're approving is just to add this to the 25-26 budget amendments for consideration. So we're not signaling, yeah, we approve this 311-like product?
through the chair, my understanding is we are recommending it to be approved for consideration, not approved.
Thank you, if I may. Thank you. So I'll just make my comments. I guess I'm curious what other folks think around the table, but I looked at the pros and cons of all, and I do think that we're slowly on the right path, and I just wonder, I'm concerned about our budget, as we all are, and it just seems that, you know what, we throw $500,000 at this, we could end up with something that might be better, probably is, but I don't know to what degree. I'm pretty comfortable with what your unit has been doing as far as, you know, making our environment more user-friendly, and I'm hesitant to vote in favor of this. So that's my thoughts. I'm really curious about what other council members think.
Councillor Hirsch?
Well, I appreciate the comments of Councilor McGrogan. I actually share them. I really feel that the progress to date in the citizen-facing digital strategy, we rebranded our website. I actually tell citizens that have a problem or concern, go right on the front page and it's listed right there. You can put a comment in there and actually the feedback back to us like, wow, this is pretty slick. And in fact, I told them, you actually get more of a quicker reaction by using that portal than you would circumventing, going through me forwarding an email, doing a 2x14, et cetera, et cetera. So I'm kind of the fact that in the old, it ain't broken, I don't really want to fix it to the tune of $500,000 when arguably it's not broken. I haven't heard an outreach within the community saying I don't have an ability to state my concerns or make things heard. Quite frankly, even in the use of social media, whoever's on it, I think there's a myriad of portals that the words can get and shine through, quite frankly. So I'm just concerned in the presentation and in the background, it talks about that there is a continued current strategy, continuous improvement, no additional costs. I think there's been a movement that acknowledges some good work that's been done in the past. So I'm completely fine with continuing that path and not in favor of an additional 500,000 or even like the rebranding, et cetera, et cetera. I'm fine where we're at as far as the process goes. Thanks.
Councillor Robbins.
Thank you, and through the chair, I appreciate the additional information and insight. When we had the portal and the widgets explained to us last week, I was playing around and I put my own widgets on, and I was ever so pleased with myself because I had all the stuff that I would need to look up in one place now. So, I mean, not everyone's going to do that, and people still want to call and talk to someone on the phone. But what we've heard over and over again is even when people are dissatisfied with council for decisions we make, and they have complaints or something we've done has affected a citizen and now they need to call the building department, you know, like whatever it might be, that the feedback I get is, I don't like what you did, Councillor Robbins, but the person I talked to was fabulous. Like, they were very kind. They really tried to help me. They're doing everything they can. Now you do more. It's like the message to me, which is fine. Being able to email or talk to your councillors, I don't want anything to sort of be a buffer between that, even if the messaging isn't always like the most pleasant, at least I know what people are thinking. So I'm not sure we have a problem to solve here that doesn't already, as you said, organically been solving itself, and making something sort of digital and more efficient is really good in a lot of things if you're working in a factory. But people in Medicine Hat want to talk to other people at the city. They don't want to be as automated. That's the feedback that I think we've received over and over again. So I'm sort of on the same page with the other two even before they spoke, which shocking to me. But yes, I agree with both of them that I think the status quo and this organic evolution, even I will say, it might have been 2 years ago, maybe 3 years ago, there in my neighborhood, there was a yield sign that was knocked down. So I thought I should let somebody know. Well, I didn't email the city manager or a councillor. I went on the report a problem and I got an email. And so I sent an email and it was fixed within an hour, I'm sure. And now, and I sent some photos to make sure they knew which one it was and where it was. And now I can see I could just put a GPS drop on that same report a problem. Like, this is really where efficiencies exist. The person coming to fix that item could say, you know what, if I had the GPS location, that would really help me to do my job better. And then those changes are already organically being made because of the needs of the people working for the city and the citizens. So I'm not really inclined to think we have that big of a problem to fix, that it requires a large amount of money in the 2025, 2026 budget process. But I certainly appreciate the options being given and the pros and cons in the briefing notes. So thank you for that.
Councillor Van Dyke.
Thank you, through the chair. I just had a question. Do any of these options, have they included kind of a long-term, an evaluation of long-term cost savings if we went with option 3? So my instinct would be that if we went to a much more automated system, either that we developed ourselves or something similar to other places, that there would be fewer staffing hours, possibly fewer staff required to process requests or issues. Has that been looked at all, or would that be in option 3? Is that part of the option 3 analysis?
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor Van Dyke, that's exactly where we would perform that analysis. And then, you know, if approved, bring forward a business case to make, that makes sense for the city of Medicine Hat in that way. Many different ways to approach this. Many cities have approached it in many different ways. We've chosen so far to take an organic approach to it, but there certainly are options available when you get into a strategic plan to start thinking about how could it look. Is one of the drivers cost reduction, or is it increase in service? Some of those types of things that would make their way into a business case as we would normally do.
Thank you. Is there no way, without having to do intense number of staffing hours, to consult with just a couple of other municipalities that have instituted, like the Lethbridge 311 or the online service that City of Calgary have, just to see if they experience significant cost savings, or just to give us a general idea, or is that require a lot of time and effort?
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor Van Dyke, we've done some of that anecdotally. Haven't seen a lot of places that are reducing large amounts of money by 311. They are increasing service. I think that's fair to say, and again, that's anecdotal and editorial on my part, but definitely that would be a key piece of the strategic plan, is to look at what we really want to do here and then take it forward through a business case process.
Councillor Knodel?
Thank you, Mayor Clark, through the chair to Director Robinson. So my feeling is that the slow, methodical approach that's currently occurring is the most practical response to this issue. I recognize there's a hefty price tag that goes with any new project, let alone one that we're already moving in a positive direction towards solving. I do feel like one thing that as a councillor would be meaningful, and hopefully a suggestion is acceptable. We get public requests that come our way. They follow the 2x14, right? Not 2x10, 2x14 process. And then we'll get an email follow-up stating that there's been a response to the individual and that it's been concluded. I wonder if it would be possible, and if it's not a FOIP issue, if we could have an Excel sheet that those could just be pasted into, so that we could look back and it doesn't have to be an Excel sheet. It could be a database that's different, that they could be tagged by the category or the department of the issue. And then we can just go, like, we get so many emails a day. Sometimes they get lost in the bin, or lost in the folder, not the bin. So I wonder, maybe you can tell me, is there a possibility that one particular issue could be tagged or flagged or pinned and evaluated as we move forward as a priority?
Through the chair to Councillor Knodel, I think I will defer to City Manager Mitchell on that, as she owns that. Her executive assistant manager owns that process.
City Manager Mitchell?
Thank you, and through the chair, yes, we can. We do track it, but because what we're trying to do is identify trends to see if there are certain items that we're getting more concerns about, more complaints, more requests from council. So we do track it, but I would like to see it in a more digital format, and we are working on that process administratively. We're not there yet, but we're getting closer.
Thank you, and through the chair, just to comment one more thing. Just have it so we as counselors can look and see what's been responded to, because sometimes and obviously I'm reviewing the closed communication that's happened on behalf of or for other counselors that have reached out and got those issues sorted. But again, sometimes it's like, okay, I have this idea in my head. I know that for example, the yield sign was bowled down. whatever happened with that, and then I could just search for the keyword. And I can do that in my email inbox, of course, but if they were all in one place, that would be great. But I hear what you said, so thank you.
All right. I am actually not going to vote for this either. I don't want to pay $500,000 for a strategic report that may or may not lead to anything. Given our discussion about jurisdictional scans, I had hoped to see, like, I understand it's in there that they all have different, a lot of them use different processes or software, but I feel like like those options would have been helpful to include, because we don't really need, granted, we're a unique city, but we're a city, and so in terms of how applicable it would be to us to learn from Lethbridge, who just instituted a 311 program a little while ago now, it would be helpful to know, like, what would that cost? How did it benefit them? In terms of like the one window, the benefit to the customer is that they don't have to call 1,000 places, and they can just quickly call and get the information. That also clarifies who you should be calling, so that if it's an operational issue, that goes to administration and not council. So it saves our time, the 2x14 time, and of course provides a higher level of service, more convenience to the citizens. I think that we could just use the one that we like best. So $500,000 for a strategic plan is not something that I'm willing to support, unfortunately. So we will vote on approving the recommendations as presented. Thank you. We're now going to move to item 12.2, reserves and distributable funds. Sponsor Corporate Services, City Manager Mitchell.
Thank you, and through the chair, we've had this presentation at Admin Committee, and it's very valuable for a greater understanding of our reserves. We often get told how healthy our reserves for, but this will give some clarity around what the intention is for the various reserves, and I'll turn it over to Director Barta. I gave you a bump last time you were managing director, now you're back to director. Thank you, Lola.
Yeah, thank you. Good evening, Council. Advance here. I would like to start with providing you with some background. The city has been fortunate over the past couple of years to have higher than expected net income from our energy business. This has put the city in a net financial asset position in 2023 of $27 million. So net financial asset position means that our financial assets are higher than our liabilities. The last time the city was in a net financial asset position was in 2014. So we have been in a net financial debt position over the last 9 years. In 2023, the city had financial assets of $800 million, with cash and investments of $733 million making up a large portion of this balance. And $274 million of the $733 million is unrestricted. This means that we have cash that has not been specifically earmarked for anything. $733 million may seem like the city has a lot of money. However, this was offset by $773 million of liabilities, of which a large portion is for debt of $390 million and our asset retirement obligation of $255 million. These are items that will need to be paid for over time. You will see also later in this presentation that we are projecting lower net income and cash over the next few years. This will have a negative impact on our reserves and our investment earnings. We are also expecting significant expenses over the next few years. These assumptions are not reflected in any of our projections, but they will have a significant impact on our financial position going forward.
Can I ask, why they're not reflected in our projections?
So we've got some assumptions in there based on the current information that we know today. There's items that are, for instance, facilities for the future and our energy transition, which we don't have all the information for right now.
Thank you.
So why have we made these changes? The first is to restrict funds to meet future requirements and obligations. As I mentioned, we currently have a large amount of unrestricted cash. We know that some of the expensive items are coming up over the next few years, such as the asset retirement and the energy transition. And so it's important that we restrict funds or set these funds aside to make sure that we have the funds available when it's time to pay for these items. The second is to make sure that we allocate the free cash flow that is coming from our business units appropriately so that each reserve will have enough funds to meet the future requirements. So as I mentioned, in 2023, we had $255 million in asset retirement obligations on our balance sheet. And so we will need to ensure that funds are set aside each year to be able to pay for these obligations when they become due. Our current projections show that our future cash flow over the next decade is expected to be much lower than we have seen in recent years. And in some years, it may even be negative. So it's important to allocate free cash flow appropriately each year to grow each reserve so that the funds are available when we need them. The third is to provide clarity on the objective and purpose of the endowment fund. The Heritage Savings Reserve Bylaw number 4422 was established in 2017, but it did not have a defined purpose. It just stated that it was for the benefit of the citizens of the city. And so changes are needed to clarify its purpose. So how will we do this? Our recommendation is to establish 2 new reserves and modify the allocation of the free cash flow. So that means amending the reserve policy and the distributable funds dividend policy. We would create a new Medicine Hat Endowment Fund bylaw to clarify the objective and purpose of the endowment fund, and we would repeal the existing Heritage Savings bylaw. So let's go through the policy and bylaw changes. The financial reserve policy was amended to create the 2 new reserves to ensure funds are set aside to meet future requirements and obligations. At April triannual, we had forecasted that we would have $229 million of unrestricted cash. And so we're recommending to transfer $150 million to be split evenly amongst the 2 reserves as a starting point to fund each reserve. This would leave approximately $79 million to remain as unrestricted, and that would go to fund our day-to-day expenses. So the first reserve that we would set up would be the abandonment obligation reserve, and this is to support the funding of the asset retirement obligation of the city. So not just focused on our oil and gas assets, but it would encompass all of the city's asset retirement obligations. It would receive an initial contribution of $75 million from unrestricted cash and then receive an annual contribution from the city's free cash flow. It will also earn interest to ensure the reserve is being adjusted for inflationary pressures. The second reserve would be the Energy Transition Reserve, and this is to support the funding of the transition of the energy's infrastructure, of the city's energy infrastructure to comply with the provincial and federal clean energy net zero emission regulations. It will also receive an initial contribution of $75 million from unrestricted cash and then an annual allocation from the city's free cash flow, and it will also earn interest. The distributable funds dividend policy has been revised to reflect the new allocation of free cash flow as a result of creating the 2 new reserves. And the last item is to repeal Bylaw 4422 and create the new endowment Bylaw 4827. So Medicine Hat is privileged to be one of the few cities in North America with an endowment fund. And so we have an opportunity to make an impact in our community and do something inspiring and transformational with the investment income generated by this fund. The benefit generated by the endowment should be consistent over time, and the people of this community should receive that benefit now, not just now, but forever. The three broad areas that we're looking at where it could make the largest impact within Medicine Hat and is aligned with Council's strategic priorities are financial sustainability. This is where we would use the funds to provide operating budget support to reduce the burden to the Medicine Hat taxpayers. This is being proposed as part of the 25-26 budget to reduce the municipal budget gap. The second is economic evolution, and this would be to look at funding programs that focus on diversification and economic growth to stimulate the local economy and attract new development and businesses to Medicine Hat. And the third would be community livability, so to fund programs that would enhance livability and ensure that Medicine Hat continues to be a great place to live and work. So just to clarify, this is not to restrict the funds to these three areas, but to be used as a general funding stream to supplement these areas. The target balance of this reserve would be $200 million, and we would expect to achieve this by the end of 2024. This target is required in order to ensure that we can withdraw the investment earnings from this fund. So as per the bylaw, we are able to withdraw investment earnings that exceed Alberta CPI. And so this could be around 2.5% to 3.5%, which would amount to $5 to $7 million. We are also recommending a name change of this reserve from the Heritage Savings Reserve to the Medicine Hat Endowment Fund. So this slide compares our current structure to our new structure. So you can see that the unrestricted cash would be broken out into three parts, creating the two new reserves, the Abandonment and Energy Transition Reserve, as well as maintaining funds in unrestricted cash to pay for the day-to-day expenses. The initial contribution of $75 million in each reserve is not enough to cover the cost of abandonment or energy transition, as this is in the millions of dollars. So this is just a starting point, and the reserve would need to grow each year in order to have the funds available to meet these future requirements. The capital reserve currently includes the asset retirement obligation, and under the new structure, this reserve would be strictly used to fund the city's capital projects, and that would include the sustaining projects as well as any new projects. And the third change would be the Heritage Savings Reserve name change would be changed to the Medicine Hat Endowment Fund. So this slide provides a long-term outlook of our net income and cash position. As we project out into the future, there are a lot of unknowns that could impact our assumptions today, such as energy transition, commodity markets, larger capital demands, and so on. So this forecast has been based on the current information that we have. That would include any current future forecasts for pricing and so on, and has not included many of these unknown assumptions, such as the energy transition. The top chart shows our net income, which determines the amount of free cash flow a business would be able to contribute. So you can see this drops significantly starting in 2025 and over the next few years. We do see it starting to recover in 2031. However, we know as we project out into the future, there's a high degree of uncertainty, and it is dependent on many factors. And so this recovery may or may not happen. This picture shows that we are not able to count on receiving a set amount of free cash flow from the business units to replenish the reserves. So we need to ensure that when we have free cash flow, that it is allocated appropriately to build up the reserves over time to meet our future obligations. The bottom chart shows the city's cash. The city's cash and reserves are invested, and we earn investment earnings. The interest earnings is allocated to the reserves and to the municipal operations as another source of revenue and help support our tax-supported operations. So if our cash balances decrease, so would our interest earnings, which would impact both reserves and municipal operations. When we presented this picture as part of our budget assumptions, that was earlier this year, April to June, we forecasted that cash would decrease to $582 million, so approximately a 167 decrease, and that would create a net financial debt position of $200 million. Since then, we've completed our April triennial report, And if we incorporated those assumptions, which was mainly lower forecasted commodity prices, this results in a decrease in cash by an additional 269. And so we're moving from the 582 to the 313 million. And this would also increase our net financial debt position by approximately the same amount. So you can see how changes in commodity prices can have a significant impact on our future financial position. So in summary, we are requesting to create 2 new reserves to ensure we have the funds available to meet the abandonment and energy transition requirements. Reserves need to continue to grow to ensure funds are available when needed, and so we need to build up these balances as the forecast shows that free cash flow may not be available or sufficient in the future years. Free cash flow will need to be allocated appropriately amongst the reserves to meet the city's needs today and into the future. And the creation of the new Medicine Hat Endowment Fund bylaw will provide clarity and guidance on its use to benefit the people of Medicine Hat, not just now, but forever. And I will take any questions.
Thank you very much. In the bylaw, it references the definition of free cash flow from the policy, but that definition is actually in the procedures and subject to administrative change. So the bylaw would change if administration changed the definition of free cash flow. So in my opinion, that it should be on, in the policy, the definition can be in the policy, but it also should be in the bylaw. But if it's just in the procedures, it shouldn't be referenced in the bylaw because the bylaw could fundamentally change with an administrative decision.
Okay, thank you. We'll take that point away.
Councillor Robbins.
Thank you, and through the chair, thank you, Director Barta, for the presentation. I've got just 2 questions. So is there any effect on investment policies by the changes that are proposed?
No, I don't believe so.
And would this, the changes proposed have any effect on our budget gap reduction plan that we had laid out to us, I think 2, maybe even 3 years ago, and we were all very excited about reducing the budget gap? Is there any effect of these changes on that?
I believe when we did the 23-24 budget plan, the recommendation was always to use the Medicine Hat Endowment or the Heritage Savings Reserve to help bridge that budget gap. So this would provide more clarity around that, and not only to reduce that budget gap, but also be used for other things that we're doing in the organization so that we can, point to those items. And we always forget that we use the reserves to fund the budget gap. But this way we could look at it and say, we use the endowment fund to pay for part of a improvement to a facility or a trail or something like that. So I think it maybe enhances that process.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Councillor Hirsch.
Thanks, Chair. I just wanted to thank staff for bringing this forward. I've always been fairly famous by saying it's always the sum. So when we talk about our business units in isolation, you could speak to our oil and gas division, and then you turn to our utilities and say, look, that's making a lot of money. But I always say, look at the sum. So we've got business units that are driving revenue, in some cases a loss, that we always look at the sum. So I appreciate that. And quite frankly, I want to make that statement in relative to our investments as well. So I think a lot of people go in isolation, wow, look at all that money. But yet the argument is look at the obligations. So I kind of want to just put that's my preface for everything. But I certainly appreciate a couple different things. One, I think this is an observation made at audit committee as well, that there was an inordinate amount of money that was unrestricted that I think is helpful for the reader, and that could be a citizen, a person outside this city, a counselor, a staff member, to understand that we have certain parameters around our obligations. What that means, though, unfortunately, is now you lose kind of the ability, in some cases, and the flexibility to allocate money as you deem fit, certainly still with the caveat of council direction. But I'm actually thankful that we do, and what we're doing here is making sure that there's infrastructure and structurally setting up these reserves so people have an understanding of where we're at. And quite frankly, to your point, they're still grossly underfunded. Our abandonment costs, et cetera, are quite high and well past $75 million. So I am pleased as well that we changed, certainly I understand the dynamics, and it really isn't affecting anything. We're not losing money, we're not gaining money, and this is not by any account a shell game for people that might be out thinking, why are we doing this? It's not that at all. It's actually to clarify and be specific our intention on some of these reserves. What I like about changing the name to the Medicine Hat Endowment Fund, I always had a struggle with that heritage moniker because it does denote the Heritage Trust Fund within the Alberta province. And the utilization, one could presume, would be of the same. And I'm not so sure, and I'm not really a fan of, because if there's any deviation from that, people become easily confused and that sort of thing. So I am a proponent of the endowment fund. I was a proponent of a reserve that was supposed to signify a bit of a legacy of our oil and gas and our utilities, for that matter, that is going to endure in perpetuity. So I'm thankful that we have this. And in fact, people, I don't think we say it enough, that this endowment fund, and I don't know what the number is going to be going forward, that is going to be used to offset tax increases that would occur if this wasn't available to us. So I think that's important to highlight as well. So again, thank you for bringing this forward. I'm continuingly willing to support that. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to turn to our city clerk here. We don't have a motion on the table yet, but the presentation was about two things, and the motions deal with just one thing at a time. On this one, I would strongly recommend that we only do first reading, just to give the community a chance to comment. But so are you comfortable with us just continuing to have discussion prior to any motion being on the table?
There's been significant discussion already take place, so yes, I'm very comfortable with what is going on, what is happening.
Okay, it's just a bit of a weird one because there's two motions out of the same presentation. Councillor Dumanowski.
Yeah, through the chair, I too have some comments, but I'll reserve those for later. But I had two questions. One question specifically, at the onset of the establishment of the Heritage Savings Fund, or Trust Fund, or whatever you want to call it, one of the kind of safeguards of that development was around the savings being used, but the ability to flex it or spend it would be prohibitively difficult unless there was a full consensus of council. So can you just contrast kind of the current heritage model against the endowment one, and what this council and future councils' ability to spend? And I guess I'm just going to say it, because in the initiation of that first fund, it was meant to be prohibitively challenging to do things with it outside of save for some future reason or rationale, where the current model presents as much more dynamic, and in doing so probably serves our purposes better under the current consideration. But what are the challenges or implications of making those changes as far as spending habits of this or future councils? That's my first question.
Okay, through the chair to Councillor Dumanowski. I believe we didn't change a whole lot moving in from the original Heritage Savings Reserve to the new Medicine Hat Endowment Fund. It's always been that we're not allowed to spend the principal portion of that. We can only spend the interest that is above Alberta CPI. So that has remained the same. Of course, council always has the ability to make amendments or recommendations of how they would like to utilize these funds. But that would mean changing the bylaw then for that purpose.
If I could then, so fundamentally, they haven't changed really. We're just going to use the amount over the CPI component, but we're targeting it differently. So Councillor Hirsch kind of used the language shell game, and I had written that down. So there's some talk, some small talk, but talk in the community around the I guess, decision to move down this path as our desire to show the money in a different purpose, and therefore I don't want to put words in what I'm reading, but essentially change the purpose of this fund that seemingly is high, and as you had indicated, we have 274 in unrestricted, and I think to a lot of people's imagination that should be used to significantly reduce tax burdens, which some of it is in its appropriate way. But I think simplistically, some see it as there's more of an ability to do that if we leave it as it is versus moving it into the models being proposed today. What do you, and I know that is not the case, so I'll start with that, but how do you respond to that accusation or consideration in the public?
Yeah, through the chair. I suppose I would equate it to your household. And if you're currently dipping into your savings to pay for your deficit or to pay for your expenses, but you're not putting anything into your savings to build it up, at some point in time, you're going to eliminate all your savings and be worse off. So part of this is to help supplement that budget gap, reduce some of the tax burden to the taxpayers right now, but eventually we need to catch up and make sure that we're collecting the right amount of taxes to cover our expenditures and be sustainable as a municipality and not rely so much on the dividend. We are fortunate that this has been put in place. You know, it is a large amount of money, and we want to make sure that it is being utilized for things in our community that we can point to and say, this is what we've done with it. If we, I guess I'll just repeat myself, if you continue to pay the budget gap or reduce taxes, it's not really, it is benefiting in a way, but it's not, you forget about it, right? You forget about what we use this funds for, and then all of a sudden it's gone. If you have something that you know, you can point to and say, this is what we've done with these funds, it makes it a little bit more real.
Thank you.
Councillor, could, is it?
Should we not get the motion on the floor?
Yeah, we did discuss that, so we're just gonna finish the discussion because there's two separate motions that were both dealt with in the presentation. Councillor Canoto.
Thank you, Mayor Clark. I did receive affirmation that I could make comments at this time, so I will go forward. So I just wanted to say thank you to Communications for running radio ads about the purpose of our Heritage Savings Funds. I don't know if there's anything beyond that, but I have heard the radio ads, and I think that's a really important message to deliver to the community about the purpose of these funds, and maybe tonight the name of the account will change. I appreciate the clarity of language for the Medicine Hat Endowment Fund. Like Councillor Hirsch, when I was early in this role, I was doing some research online and then came across the Alberta Heritage Savings Fund or Heritage Heritage Trust Fund, thank you. And I myself got a little confused about that, so this is, like I said in our committee meeting, this is a important translation. So I also think it's an absolutely essential move to earmark funds for energy transition, although these obligations are naturally going to come from the same place if we dedicate that spending. That is communication to the public. That gives more, that gives more understanding to those that are watching us spend the taxpayer dollars. So I think that's important. That's all. Thank you.
Councillor McGrogan.
Thank you. Through the chair, I'll save my comments as well. I'm very appreciative of this presentation, and I think the vision is excellent, so I'll say that. I am curious with the energy business review that's in progress. Do these two funds that we've set up, which are, the abandonment obligations and the energy transition, will, I guess, whatever decision we may make around the energy business review have any effect on these two funds? I don't know who is the right person to ask. That might be Managing Director Pancoast. I don't know, but I'd be curious just to hear that, please.
City Manager Mitchell, or, sorry, Lola, did you have that?
Yeah, I can start, and if someone wants to add in, please feel free to do so. Of course, whenever we look at a restructuring or something different within our organization, there would be an opportunity to review assets and liabilities. If we make a decision that, that goes off into a different structure, then we would look at what would go with that business and what would stay with the city. So there's always room to look at that. And of course, council always has the opportunity to transfer funds between reserves at any time that they wish. I don't know if there's anything else.
Thank you. That's kind of answers. I just was wondering how that lingered in the background, so I appreciate that. And I really like the idea that we're signaling probably to many stakeholders that we have our eye on our abandonment obligations and our energy transition, because I think it gets lost in it all. And I also support the name change. I think that's great for the endowment fund. It just is a stronger message. And I think we do lose sight that we've used that to help offset taxes, and I appreciate that, so thank you.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions. In the bylaw, Section 8 deals with investment of the endowment fund, and then Section 9 deals with administration of the fund. What is the difference between those two things?
Sorry, just getting there. So Section 8 is just ensuring that the endowment fund would be in accordance with our investment policy. So just making sure that we are investing it as per the investment policy. And sorry, what was the other reference?
Administering the fund at Section 9.
Okay. Yeah, so this is just more on administration and reporting of, so city manager will administer this fund in accordance with the bylaw and report on the financial performance to council and audit committee on this. So it's just more the reporting mechanism. And the other one is that we will follow the investment policy with respect to this fund.
Thank you. So to confirm, the money will the endowment, the dividend, will just flow through to like council's decisions on the budget, and then will we specifically identify what we're spending that particular money on?
Yeah, absolutely. When we come forward in the budget process, we will provide some recommendations that will first determine the amount that we're able to transfer out of the endowment fund and provide that to council as part of our budget process, and then also recommend what the funds could be utilized towards.
Okay, And then my final question, and I'm like 90% sure I'm just missing this, but the 200 million target, is that based on what we need to cover our deficit? Like, is that where that number came from?
Yeah, the 200 million target was really to look at what amount of interest we could earn on that and be provided to use in our municipal funding. So we were looking around the $5 to $7 million amount, and so 200 million calculated on the interest that exceeds the Alberta CPI, so that difference. We were looking at around 2.5% to 3.5%. That could be more or less, again.
And so the 5 million or 7 million dividend, what is that based on? Like, why was that the number?
Good question. I'll pass that to Managing Director Egert.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so through the chair, to Mayor Clark, the number of 200 was really determined to be capped to allow free cash flow to fund the new reserves. So we know upon the funding of both reserves, the Energy Transition Reserve and the Abandonment Reserve, that the $75 million each is just a starting point. So the free cash flow now will be, that will have a priority. The 200 million, when we had presented to council, I think during the last budget, we had signaled approximately a $5 million benefit or endowment out of this Heritage Saving Fund. And so that was the relation on why we capped it at 200 million. The 5 million was just a number at the time that we thought was meaningful in order to make a significant reduction in the budget gap.
Okay, so now we're allowed to use it for different things than the budget gap. And so I'm just wondering, does that change that calculation?
Through the chair, so we were always allowed to use it for, it didn't really specify the purpose of or the objective of using the funds. And so with this new bylaw, it's just kind of outlining what we could use it for. And again, that would still come back to council to approve the direction of those funds.
Okay, and in section 6, it says that the split between the 3 funding streams will be determined by the city manager on an annual basis. I'm just wondering why that wouldn't be part of the budgeting process.
So right now, what we do is the city manager delivers the budget or presents the budget to council for approval. And so it's a recommendation from the city manager on what the funds could be used for. Ultimately, it would be council's decision whether they agree with the recommendation or not, or if they would like to utilize it for something different. So it's just a mechanism.
Should probably be a recommendation then instead of a determination. Because when I read determination, it seemed like that would be like the final decision, whereas what you've described is completely, I think, consistent. It is a recommendation rather than a determination. Okay, so I've put forward a couple of concerns about the bylaw, and if we only give it one reading, that'll also give administration an opportunity to take a further look into some of those things. But let us get that motion for first.
I move that council gives first reading to bylaw 4827.
I'll second.
Discussion? Oh, yeah, you're right. We'll vote. Councillor Hyder? And that's unanimous. And does anyone want to make a motion or move on to the Okay, seeing no additional motions, thank you very much. And we will move on to 12.3.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, sorry. I move that council give second reading to bylaw 4827.
Second.
Discussion? Counselor Dumanowski?
Well, Your Worship, I did have some comments. I thought I'd reserve until at least second reading, so I will take the opportunity to speak to that now. So a lot of good information and rationale for the changes being proposed. As is indicated, there are 2 amendments proposed. I have to be a little bit of a historian when I say I was here when we initiated the distributable funds dividend policy, not that long ago, actually. And certainly we're here to make some changes to that. I was also here when the former Mayor Ted Clugston proposed through council the establishment of the Heritage Savings Reserve. And I too supported it, not initially, but over time. I say that as a backdrop to suggest, perhaps amplify, the fact that changes and amendments are needed to our reserves and to our processes as we move forward. My initial thought when I saw this the establishment of the Heritage Savings Reserve was that it would take so long before it would really meaningfully have a legacy component, an endowment component. And of course, not so many years later, we started to see through that distributable funds policy, dividend policy, that it actually had grown quite sizably. And so part of me was excited at the prospect of letting it just continue to grow. Leave it. This is kind of, in some ways, the lost opportunity of many councils in the past who, had they started carving some of that away and putting it away, we would be in perhaps even a better picture than we are right now. We are in a good picture, though. I do want to say that, but the reason I will support this is because, not because that I don't support the past policies or their intended purposes. I am satisfied that there still are restrictions or controls in place for the new endowment fund that, semantics or otherwise. I think the endowment terminology suggests it is more purposeful and intentional when it comes to communicating with our public, current and future, around what its intended purpose is. When I think about all the challenges of seeing our financial asset picture being put out there, one of the initial concerns I had was around the optics of a growing fund of that purpose. And I meant over the longer period. How would that look to the public citizenry at large who would say, well, you have these monies, use them to offset, help us, even more so than has been done in the past or present. The other one was my concern around provincial and federal, but mostly provincial bodies, nothing against any particular party or government personnel at the time, but how would they look at this growing nest of funds against our ongoing need and legitimate requests for grants to do the future replacements and expansions and whatnot. So for me, I guess I'll summarize by saying these changes create a much more clear purpose around the intended funds. They establish very clearly, and I think that's where we always knew we were going to have to carve out of those funds a huge amount for abandonment. We always knew that there would be some funding component to offset the gap with accelerated financially fit. Although in my recall at the time was that we wanted to close that gap. But regardless, this new proposal in front of us through the motion will establish a clearer, a more delineated understanding of the funds and their reserves and their purposes, very specific to some of the things that have been said: energy transition, abandonment, and offsetting tax increases, and in the form of gap, of the gap that we are facing at our budget time, but also minimizing increases. So for me, that outweighs the legacy component of some of the things I said, and that's for me and singly. And so I think it, and ultimately, long-term, it will be much clearer to the public-facing citizens who have to understand, or through us, through the elected people, understand the intended purposes of these reserves. And these aren't going to go away. Abandonment obligations will be there in the long term. Our need to move into a transition and do the energy transition is absolutely essential. And so I'm going to endorse this because of those reasons, and I'm hoping that the public over time, if not immediately, will come to understand the same intended end. Thank you.
Councillor Robbins?
Yes, thank you, and through the chair. I'm going to support the second reading of the bylaw, and I'm happy to hear from my colleagues, but I am unlikely to support the third reading of the bylaw today. And I think it's the advantage committee members have is that you've lived with this information and discussion before tonight. I heard some things Mayor Clark said about the definition of free cash flow, and is that in the policy or procedure? And when I look through the documents again, I'm not sure I fully understand where the line is between the two. And I heard city manager mention, like, we don't want to get into procedure and stick within policy. And I just want to be able to think about that a little bit more. This is the first time I've heard the presentation from Director Barta. I liked what I heard. I think she answered the questions really well. The presentation was really helpful, but I want to be able to process the feedback that I've heard from fellow councillors before I would continue to a third reading. So I am going to support this for a second reading, but I'm unlikely, unless someone really persuades me with their great argument, to consent to having the third reading tonight.
I do just want to note, this city clerk would like to address when the changes can be made.
Commonly, changes don't happen after second. So after second's approved.
Yeah, I'm not saying that I want to make any changes. I'm saying I want to be able to take the time to think about what I heard. So I'm not going to propose any changes ultimately. I just want to make sure that I understand the difference and the definitions and where they fit.
Okay, we'll vote on second reading. That passes.
I move that council consents to having third reading of bylaw 4827 at this meeting.
I'll second.
We'll vote.
Your Worship, can I make a quick comment? May I?
Yes.
So certainly we do have to have consent of council to move forward, and I don't want to take away what has been said, but I do note that this has been very much public-facing. Medicine News covered it very well, front page story the other week. But I recognize through the committee process and its filtering down to council, we may not have had all had the same opportunity to read it, but I do know that the public has been well served by the information has already gone out. But from the standpoint of urgency, I don't know if there is a sense of urgency, but I certainly will support moving it to third reading tonight.
That is not unanimous, so we will not move forward with the third reading. And then consequently, we won't move forward with the policy, the financial reserve policy. Moving now to item 12.3, City of Medicine Hat's Energy Business Strategy, and Managing Director Pankos will be providing a presentation, and item is just for information. You can make a motion. Yes.
Through the chair, back to the last item. We just need some clarity for administration over next steps and what I've just talked to Managing Director Egert, and he's unclear of what is the request from council for the previous item.
Well, I had a question about the procedure being included in the bylaw. The use of the word determined instead of recommended. It will be on the video, but Councillor Robbins, did you have an additional?
No, I'm just want to be clear, I've had ample chance to read it. It's not like I haven't read it. I heard that, I was like, no, yeah, I read everything, but it was the first chance I'd really had a chance to hear from Director Barta and other members of council. So I don't expect administration to do anything. I just want to process the information I've heard before I go to a third vote. So I don't have any requests from you personally.
And the clarification that Mayor Clark's asking for. Thank you.
Okay, so,
Mayor Clark?
Yes.
Can I please make a motion to take a 5-minute bio break?
yes, do we have a seconder?
I'll second.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councillor Sharp seconds, and we will return at 9:23. Is now 9:22. All right, we are back in session, and the floor is yours, Managing Director Pancoast.
Thank you. Through the chair, let me just see if I can get my slideshow started.
Thank you, and through the chair, I'm really pleased for Managing Director Pancoast to present this. She's been working on this for quite some time, and as somebody who's a firm believer in having a plan and having strategy, I'm really excited to see this. So go ahead, Rochelle.
Thank you. Thank you, City Manager, and through the chair, I am grateful that everybody had a chance for a bio break because unfortunately this is a fairly lengthy presentation. It's really meant to provide context as to what we're all about as an energy business inside a municipality and what that means for us, what it means for how we got to where we are, and an outlook for where we're going, so that by the end, the strategy is almost unremarkable, that it's more obvious as to how we get to that outcome. So it's also meant to educate and inform and provide context for some of the announcements we've made regarding Samus Solar and other sorts of actions that we're taking. So as I said, oh, it's not showing up. Is that what I need to do? I will try again.
I have it here, Rochelle, if you want me to run it.
Sure.
I can't, it's not mine, it's hers.
So enable editing, you figure will work, okay? And it won't allow me to do that. All right. Thank you. So, and then I can just use this? Perfect, thank you. So I'll essentially walk through what the energy business is about, really that it has provided a significant Medicine-Hat advantage, and I'll show you in ways that we can see that every day. And then I'll shift from where we've come from to where we're going and cover a number of the challenges and uncertainties that we're facing that really this strategy is meant to address, resulting in the strategic pillars and an update on where we're at on those strategic pillars. So some of you may recognize this individual, former Mayor Ted Grimm. He was a key element through time of our energy business, but really this is just meant to kick off where we come from. So really to highlight that this is a rare scope. We have a unique identity. We talk about it all the time, but I don't know that our local community truly recognizes how unique we are. We're not just a typical municipality with typical accountabilities. We also have natural gas distribution, electric distribution, natural gas production, and electric generation. There are others who may have the distribution, and Calgary would be a variant, for instance, having electric generation through NMAX, but we do have significantly more accountabilities than typical municipality. Don't get worried about all the detail on this slide. These are just pie charts to show that when we're comparing ourselves against typical municipalities, if you look at the yellow, that is municipal representation, and if you include environmental utilities, which is your water, sewer, solid waste, for instance, that is often typical with a municipality, that would be the portion that you would see in other areas. All the other colors, the colorful elements outside the yellow and gray, is the energy portion. So the one on the left is showing that in terms of energy expenses, we're almost half. So we're pretty well doubling what a typical municipality of this side would see in terms of expenses. And similarly on revenues, we are 2/3 of the revenues on the energy side as a typical municipality. And on debt, we're just under half. So it's difficult to do apples to apples comparison and kind of benchmarking when you're looking at other municipalities because they just don't have the same cost structure or revenue structure that we do. And to note, just a quick statistic, 15% of our employee base is also in the Energy, Land and Environment Division, plus support from the shared service areas and the staff in those areas. So again, difficult to determine true benchmarking when we're looking at other cities. This is just a quick timeline. We've put a select number of examples up there, but really just to highlight that both natural gas and electricity is part of who we are. We were literally built on top of natural gas and founded largely because of natural gas. And in fact, looking at that timeline, I believe it was 1906 that the city was officially formed into a city. So our natural gas side started before that occurred. In fact, with bylaws passing in to create a municipal gas system even prior to becoming a city. And certainly in 1910, we leveraged that natural gas to start electric generation. So it's in our roots, it's part of our fabric. And through that time, we've simply noted there some of the key steps that we've taken in order to retain our rights to that energy production and energy generation. Specifically on the natural gas side, we have a Medicine Hat gas agreement that grants exclusive rights to the city to drill and produce natural gas within our franchise area. That's been recently renewed and is ongoing. We also have an order in council allowing us to acquire mines and mineral interests, and that is ongoing, as well as additional exceptions that we've been able to leverage. Similarly, on the electric side, we talk about our exemption fairly regularly. Our exemption is with respect to separate rights outside of the Electric Utilities Act. It means that our local consumers don't pay for provincial transmission tariffs when we were able to self-supply it locally. It means that we can actually own generating assets despite municipalities typically not being allowed to own generating assets. It means council gets to regulate our distribution rates rather than the Alberta Utilities Commission. And it means that we are the exclusive retailer locally for electricity within our franchise area. However, anything we do to interface with the provincial grid, we still have to follow provincial rules with those exports or imports. This very quickly is just to show that our franchise areas, as we call them, for each of natural gas and electricity extend beyond our boundaries into Redcliffe and certain parts of Cypress County. So again, very unique in that our interest covers beyond our typical municipal governance boundary. So ultimately, we, as I've said, these enterprise businesses are a fabric of who the City of Medicine Hat is, and dating back to the first discovery of natural gas. And although we operate and are legally within a single legal entity, we do what we can to act as if we are separate, the municipal side versus the business sides, despite being under a united leadership structure. So we try to separate ourselves financially in particular and try to minimize cross-subsidization and other sorts of things so that decision-making is kept whole within each area. That being said, if we were to look to other municipalities or other typical businesses, they are different animals. On the municipal side, it is about cost recovery from taxpayers and user fees. It is about quality of life and common goods services, elected officials as the decision makers, and high transparency as public servants, and often public accounting standards. Whereas at the typical business side, if we were a separate entity like any other business entity, typically they invest to generate profits for growth. They're economically driven. There's experts or boards as decision makers. They're a bit more cautious when it comes to transparency because they're mindful of strategic and commercial interests, and often will follow different accounting standards, whether it be IFRS, International Financial Reporting Standards, as an example. In our case, we are housed within one legal entity, common processes, and again, we're kind of a blend of two different approaches. This slide and these blue next slides we've opted to reuse from some preliminary work from KPMG, who's looking at our energy business review. They were interestingly distilled our governance approach into three perspectives. So typically where a normal municipality would focus on the interests of the residents and local businesses, our council has the very challenging opportunity to wear three hats. They have to protect the business itself in terms of the energy business and the interests thereof. They are doing the same as typical municipalities in terms of protecting residents and small and large businesses, and they also need to protect the interests of the ratepayers. And as a municipal division, the energy business is also subject to the same policies, processes, and accounting standards and governance as the rest of the municipality. And sorry, I skipped a slide there. This, again, is a slide from KPMG that we've reused, and it's really just highlighting the flow of energy across our area. So we receive natural gas from outside our system. We don't produce nearly enough to self-supply our natural gas anymore. The bulk of it does come from third-party sources, represented there by NGTL. That comes into our natural gas system, as well as what we do produce locally into our natural gas distribution and off to our customers. And similarly, that natural gas typically from outside the city comes into our electric generation facilities, and then that electricity is distributed either through exports to the Alberta grid or through our distribution system to our local customers. This is a representation of the cash flow. Ultimately, through utility bills and exports, we receive essentially our revenue. Some of that revenue goes off to environmental utilities, but the rest of that from exports and the utility bills go into the energy business revenue, and that is used to cover our operating cash costs as well as sustaining capital, so poles and wires and substations and generating assets, et cetera, as well as debt repayment for those sorts of things. And collectively, that revenue less the operating cash costs, less the debt, less the sustaining capex, provides the free cash flow, and that is what's available for the dividend back into city accounts. So that's where we came from. The question is, what has it offered us? Is it worth having an energy business? So we really do believe that the energy business drives value, particularly because of the existence of our exemptions and the extra rights that have been afforded to the city. And we are careful to honor that history and respect that exemption value. And we do that by a number of ways, but we recognize that those rights are essentially enshrined in legislation, but that legislation is ultimately a bit of a political animal. So we not only seek to abide by the letter of that legislation, but by the spirit of that legislation and the rights related thereto. So where practical, not only do we try to follow the spirit and intent, but we also try to emulate what's happening in the rest of the province. And we actually do that for a couple of reasons. If we follow what's happening in the rest of the province, we're minimizing the gap to the consumer. Some people would say, let's create a bigger gap and create a better advantage for our customers. But that actually attracts attention of our competitors provincially and puts risk to that legislative animal in our exemption. Similarly, the greater the gap with provincial entities, if we have a different rate structure for our default electricity rate, for instance, than the province, that might attract unwanted attention externally as well. So we're careful to try to balance what's happening locally with what's happening provincially so that we minimize the gap between the two and minimize unwanted attention to try to undo our exemption. And through history, we have seen both qualitative and quantitative benefits through city ownership of our energy businesses. Local ownership has supported local employees, and that income goes back into the community. Because we are all here and community-minded, there's a quicker response time with pride of ownership. There's economic development synergies. We've often been touted as a shop with one-stop shop in terms of being able to try to promote the advantages within the city. There's emergency support synergies across the service side, essential service side, as well as emergency services and more. And there's more detail in a prior open council package that is noted there as well. We've also continued competitive pricing, which you'll see shortly on a separate benchmark slide. And ultimately, the profits that we have achieved through owning the energy business is truly reallocated back into the community for their benefit. That's not often seen, and it's not often as tangible as people would like, but it does show up through capital amenities, the Heritage Fund potentially being renamed to the Endowment Fund, and operating support to keep our taxes lower. So I'll walk through a couple of those in the next slides. This slide shows for the last 10 years what the annual dividend summary has been for the energy business. I would have loved to have gone back further. Had we gone back further, you would really show that a bulk of the proceeds would have come from our natural gas production business, previously known as NGPR. But more recently, that business with lower production has ultimately been closer to drawing funds in order to pay for our abandoned reserve obligations. And more recently, it's been the electric generation that has been providing dividends back into the city. Of course, you can see that's a pretty volatile outlook. It's not something that we can set at a defined number and have confidence in. It often varies with commodity prices, with the 2015-2016 period being quite low again in 2020, and the more recent commodity price spikes on the electric generation side translated into higher dividends, as well as shown through the yellow bars is electric generation. And if you add that 10-year period up over that time period, it equates to over $500 million. So certainly proceeds coming into the city, but unreliable and very cyclical. Those proceeds then go to a number of sources at council's discretion. On the left, it might be a little bit difficult to see, but it has been taken from our 2022 Parks and Rec Master Plan report. And that highlights that we have higher number of amenities than is typical for a community of this size. So as an example, there's nearly 4 times the hectares of parkland per 1,000 residents. So you can look at that in more detail, but the ability to fund those types of amenities is partly because of the extra injection from proceeds from the energy business. On the right-hand side, it's the balance of our Heritage Savings Reserve, moving more recently on that uptick of the dividend from higher electricity prices in particular, close to $200 million. And at $200 million, that balance, if we were to assume a 4.7 interest rate, that would deliver $9.4 million per year into city operations. Now, you'll have heard from Director Barta earlier, the number we expect is actually less than that, and that's because we choose to put some of that money back into the Heritage Savings Fund to make sure that the balance is kept whole and protected from inflation. That being said, whatever we do pull from extra interest earnings from the Heritage Savings Fund, every $900,000 is roughly an avoided 1% in property tax that we otherwise would need to collect from our taxpayers that we're instead able to draw from interest from the Heritage Savings Reserve Fund. But not only do we get value from that perspective, we have been able to keep property taxes relatively low despite the extra amenities. This isn't our data. This is pulled from a City of Calgary study, but it is showing Medicine Hat as the circled item and showing that we are on the lower end of that and have been able to maintain that somewhat through time. Now, I know this is always a little bit controversial. This particular example is a bungalow, but when we looked at that study at that time, there were a number of examples that showed a similar outcome. And so lower property taxes, we're able to have higher amenities, and this is 2023 data benchmarking against our peers, that we also have an advantage in our utility rates. So 2023, as you'll recall, was a particularly challenging year. That's a year that we saw a 32-cent electricity price in August, and there was significant concern about that. So that is the year that we're reflecting here, and it still shows Medicine Hat is shown in the box. On the left of the box is our subsidized utility bill. So it's showing that we are more competitive than our peers. But the box on the right is as if we applied the full cost pressure relief, $33 million, that each of the utility holders had received against the 2023 bill, it lowered it that much further. And we were able to do that because we had funds from our energy business. So I hope I've shown, at least with the evidence provided today, we have higher amenities, we have lower property taxes, we have ongoing interest income from our Heritage Savings Reserve, and we've been able to do that while maintaining lower utility prices for the average household. So it's been great getting here. How about where are we going? And where we're going is a very different future than where we've come from. We're facing a high degree of uncertainties and variables that are outside of our control largely, and we're finding a path forward and looking to navigate through them. But I think it's important for the community and for council to understand what those are so that you can see the context for how we're making choices today. And really, energy transition is top of the list. Energy transition is really the driver for each of the following items. It's highly uncertain as to where we're ultimately going to land, but I'm going to walk through some of the background for that, walk through some of the changes that are ongoing with the Alberta electricity market, technology solutions that could fit into both A and B, the energy business review that's pending and expected to come later this year, and what the city's financial capacity is to help provide the tools to navigate through some of those challenges. So starting with energy transition, I'll highlight that energy transition for the energy business is not about the environment per se. It's about managing regulatory risk and how we comply with what we expect to face through time, while being mindful of some of the broader sustainable development considerations, but it's really regulatory management that we're focused on. So this stems back to an international focus. It starts with the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. I'm not going through all the dates, but they do meet regularly as a conference of the parties, and I've just identified some of the more focused agreements that have been landed. And one of the more recent ones was COP21, the Paris Agreement, and I'll note that's where the language urging parties, which are the international member parties, towards just transitions to net zero emissions by or around mid-century. So that's really the driver. It's internationally driven. It's in response to climate change. For what it's worth, the different nations are responding from there in order to meet their international commitments. And this is Canada's response at the federal level. I'm not going to go through the detail here, but ultimately orange was the current state emissions, and with each successive introduction of emission reduction plans, they're targeting a lower and lower number, and those are all reductions that they're expected to see by 2030. And I'll highlight a couple of key from a regulatory perspective. In 2021, the federal government introduced the Canadian Net Zero Emissions Accountability Act, and that really does shrine for Canada net zero by 2050 commitment. And that's meant to satisfy their international obligation. But of course, that's just an assertion. They need the plan to deliver behind that. 1 year later, they introduced Canada's 2030 emission reduction plan. And that is the plan that is meant to get to net zero by 2050. It does introduce the increasing $15 per ton to get to $170 per ton by 2030. That's for large final emitters, and requires net zero electricity on a much accelerated basis by 2035. They've since translated that into draft regulations for clean electricity. So if you hear CER, clean electricity regulations, that's what it's about. It establishes net zero for the entire Canadian electric industry by 2035. And the theory is it's meant to enable emission reduction for other industries. If electricity can be clean, then electricity consumed by industries will be cleaner. And this is the fear, so to speak, if I was to be that blunt, of what's driving some of our considerations today. It has proposed an emission standard for the electricity fleet that would be significantly lower than today. It would require our assets that we have today to have carbon capture mitigation installed in order to reach 0.03 tons per megawatt hour versus their current that ranges between 0.35 and 0.42 today. And if our assets can't meet that, they would actually be required to shut down by the time they are 20 years of age or 2035. So in our case, our newest assets would survive longer than 2035 by a couple of years, but our existing main plant would need to shut down by 2035. Unless there are flexibility measures introduced as part of the clean electricity regulation, and that is a possibility. Obviously, there's a pending election within a year or two. There's potential for non-confidence votes. There's potential for political change. So it's not set in stone, and these are just draft. But that is, the final regulation is expected to be released later this year, and it could be devastating for our existing fleet. What's happening, sorry, I keep missing these slides. What's happening at the provincial level, we actually, to a large degree, mimic what the federal government is asking, and that's so that we can have an equivalency agreement that Alberta's program is sufficiently recognized at the federal level. Actually, Alberta was one of the early adopters of carbon pricing and emissions trading system. And Alberta's actually been pretty proud of that because they look to be leaders in many regards on that effort to show that market mechanisms can work to help reduce emissions. And the provincial government has adopted the federal pricing of an increasing $15 per ton to get to $170 by 2030. That will be reviewed regularly, but more recently, the provincial government did say they are aspiring, likewise, to a net zero carbon neutral economy by 2050. So it's not net zero that's in dispute federally and provincially, it's just the timing. They are rejecting the 2035 timeline for electricity, and their emission reduction plan falls short on specific targets. So you will have seen that, particularly through the winter, there was quite a campaign from the provincial government against the clean electricity regulation that is draft, highlighting, for instance, Alberta's unique. We do have the risk of seeing brownouts or even blackouts in the dead of winter, which we were close to facing. But why are we seeing the jurisdictional battle? So the federal government has jurisdiction over international and interprovincial pipelines and power lines, nuclear energy, and importantly for this discussion, the pollution of national concern through the Greenhouse Gas Pollution Pricing Act. However, the provincial government has jurisdiction over electric generation, transmission, distribution, and related markets and natural resources. So there is an overlap because greenhouse gases certainly are impactful on the energy market, and there is cross-provincial jurisdiction implications as well. So we have seen issues of concern related to greenhouse gases end up in Supreme Court of Canada, and I would anticipate that possibility to continue again, particularly if the clean electricity regulation is approved by the federal government this fall. And of course, don't forget about the elections and mandate shifts. This is all political in nature and is subject to change. Either way, I would argue that the global momentum is accelerating for the case for change when it comes to regulations and policy development on items related to greenhouse gases. It's driven globally. Federal governments have an expectation to respond, and that is coming through various regulations. And regulations is what we have to operate our business within. So again, this is about risk management of regulatory change. I'll also highlight that the Axe the Tax is a consumer-based carbon tax. Everything I'm talking about is a large final emitter, industrial level type of tax or penalty, and it is a different program. It remains to be seen what may happen with the Conservative government if they come in power on the large final emitter side of the equation. The electricity market is also an area we're seeing significant change in response to energy transition. This is actually slightly dated data from 2023. It shows that we still had 6% coal. We are now off coal in the province, so we have moved considerably. We are seeing a change in our mix of electric generation sources. From gas units remain critical, as do ours, but we are seeing more renewables come onto the system, and that's changing how the grid is interacting. We happen to be one of the 2 deregulated electricity markets in the country. What happens to existing investors, including the City of Medicine Hat, should matter when it comes to regulatory change. Alberta is also somewhat isolated from other provinces, so when you think of interties between provinces, those are a bit of a relief valve. If we have too much supply or not enough supply, we could draw or send power between provinces. We have very small intertie lines, so our relief valve is limited. We also have very minimal hydro. You'll hear of Hydro-Quebec, Hydro-BC, Manitoba Hydro, et cetera, and those areas are actually very fortunate in how they're able to backstop renewables. Renewables is intermittent and can't always necessarily expect them to be on 24/7. Hydro dams can adjust as needed to backstop. Today, Alberta can use natural gas to adjust and backstop as needed, but if the clean electricity regulations come into play, that may no longer be an option in the long term. But we don't yet have other technological solutions to solve that, what we call dispatchable generation, where if you turn on the switch, it's on and we know it's there with reliability. So knowing some of the supply mix change at the provincial level, the ISO, the Alberta Electric System Operator, is doing a restructured energy market redesign. That is pending. I'm not going to go through the details of that. Some of these slides are in for other audiences, but ultimately they are recognizing the supply mix is changing, how their grid is behaving is changing, and they're needing to adjust. They have 4 key objectives: reliability, affordability, decarbonization by 2050, and reasonable implementation. And we are very much paying attention. I won't focus on the left-hand side, but we're paying attention and we're at the table because what happens provincially will impact the city. We import from the provincial grid when prices are low, and particularly in the last few years, we've been net exporters because we've had surplus capacity and prices have been high. So whatever happens at the provincial level will impact our ability to import and or export and or the revenues and expenses related to those imports and exports. So that is an important change that we're paying a lot of attention to. So if the province is trying to figure out how to grapple with energy transition and we're worried about what the technological solutions are, let's actually walk through some of those considerations. So this graph has a number of different technologies included, and the ones to the right of the graph show how long it will take before they're likely to become economically feasible, and the higher up the graph means that today at least they're not as competitive. So the far top right, for instance, is nuclear. That will take a long time to develop and it will be very, very expensive. The bottom left shows both solar and wind. They're commercially viable today and readily available. So those are the extremes on the graph, but ultimately none of those solutions can really solve our problem today. So if we have to try to manage energy transition to an electric grid of net zero by 2035, we haven't identified what the technology solution is at this point. In addition to technologies that we're paying attention to, there's other things we can do. We can do time of use pricing. We could do other sorts of behavioral changes and or incentives or signals for our consumers. We can look to AI and data-driven technologies and optimization solutions when it comes to how we run our equipment and or energy through our pipes. We can do fuel blending. At the customer level, we could look at home or building heating alternatives and more. So that's all on our mind as well. So that's all to say there's things moving on the technology side. No silver bullet today, so to speak. We're going to probably need a combination of all of the above to help solve this momentous challenge. A further uncertainty is the energy business review. Council will be very comfortable with this motion as to what staff have been directed to do, but ultimately we have engaged KPMG to do an independent look at how best to drive value from our energy business. The motion was for COMCO, our commodity-based gas production and electric generation, but we since adjusted the scope to include the distribution businesses as well. And I'm not going to go through all the questions. There's 2 slides here that focus on questions, but some of the questions we're asking is, what are the key drivers for long-term sustainability? What's the preferred philosophy on ownership and why? Best legal structure? How do we protect and grow our competitive advantage through time? What's the appropriate financial structure going forward? Recognizing that we also have broader SWOT, or strength, weakness, opportunity, and threat considerations, particularly with energy transition requirements, being aware of all those factors that could impact that long-term outlook. In terms of the project approach and deliverables, these are the 5 phases that they're walking through. So phase 0 was a kickoff. Phase 1 was a current state to show that they truly understood how unique we are and what that looks like for the city. Phase 2 is a strategic assessment of making sure that they did that SWOT analysis and other environmental strategic considerations and knew all the driving factors that could impact us. Phase 3 is option analysis, where they look at all the various possibilities of how to move forward and do appropriate analysis as to what that means within the city of Medicine Hat. And then ultimately, later this year, their work will be largely complete by the end of September, but we will need to work through our administrative and committee and council processes. So we anticipate late November is when KPMG would be able to bring a report forward with their independent recommendation of how to proceed, and council would be able to consider how to proceed from there. So those are a lot of uncertainties that we're facing. And then there's a question of what is our financial capacity as an organization to help navigate through some of those elements. So I thought it was quite fortuitous that Director Barta had just presented on our reserves. I do have some repeat information in here from a different perspective, so I'll highlight some of those when they come through. So you'll see I'm focused largely on electric generation through this deck, and it is because we see a more urgent and wholesale change expected in that area, largely driven by the possibility of a clean electricity regulation or something somewhat similar. And as an example, to help highlight what we might need to consider for our electric generation, existing fleet options are on the left, and really we could continue without any mitigation of greenhouse gas emissions on our assets and just keep paying the credit charges or the penalty charges. That will increase $15 per ton per year. Last year we paid $8 million, and that would expect to be increasing every year. That means we'll become either more costly to our customers or less competitive compared to something like renewables, for instance. So that's not a great option, but ultimately we will look at all of these options to determine what the best option is. We could abate or mitigate the emissions on our existing fleet, and you could do that through applying carbon capture technology on our assets and or fuel blending or other sorts of things. And we are working through that homework as well. We could also look at new asset options to diversify our fleet so that we're not entirely gas-based, which does deliver significant greenhouse gas emissions. So we could look at diversifying by adding renewables. And as I mentioned, those are commercially viable today with readily available technology. So that is part of the impetus of our announcement on Sama Solar. And or we could look at further diversifying with other technologies that aren't yet readily available or readily commercially viable. And that would be through pilots, because without being proven solutions today, we'd first want to test and learn about it more. A third option is leveraging our intertie, and when I say intertie, our connection into the provincial grid, and that would be possible expansion to allow more of a relief valve for ourselves, to allow more imports if we're short of energy, and or more export capability if we are unusually long or surplus energy. So that's what are the more obvious options for our existing thermal fleet. And to give a sense of magnitude, here I'm just using publicly available data, not necessarily city-specific, but I'm extrapolating it and applying it to our number of megawatts. So capturing the carbon using a publicly available statistic, ultimately a loose translation for our full 300 megawatts is close to $1 billion. It's a big number. And that's adding capture technology to our existing fleet. It's not creating new capacity, it's just allowing us to keep our existing thermal assets running and being compliant with a clean electric regulation as example. A second option would be replacing our entire thermal fleet with renewables. And that is in the order of 450 to 600 million if we were to look at the same 300 megawatts. But because solar only runs roughly 20% of the time, or wind only runs up to 50% of the time, we would have significantly less energy, even though we'd have the same number of megawatts. A third option is status quo, where we do nothing and we start relying more and more on our intertie. And in that case, we end up relying on our payment of credit penalties or using credits to pay against those penalties. And you can get away with that for a certain amount of year. Our cost would increase by $4 million per year, but eventually, if the clean electricity regulation or an equivalent were to come into play, we would lose our full business at that point. So neither of those, any of those three options are great. We either require significantly high investments in order to sustain the existing business that we have, or we will see increasing revenue erosion and ultimately risk the business viability. So it's much more likely that we'll see a blend of the last two options where capturing carbon is quite expensive. We look to bring more information to the public on that soon. We do see a path towards more renewables, but we can't rely on renewables exclusively and likely need to also involve more use of our intertie for both imports and exports. So you have a sense of the magnitude of the numbers, upwards of $1 billion in the extreme. Do we have the money to work with that? And you'll note through Director Barda's presentation that, okay, well, we might have $800 million in the bank, but we also have a host of liabilities against that. This is a different view. In Director Barda's presentation, you saw net income. This is a cash flow look, focusing on whether we are, as businesses, contributing into the city's bank account or drawing from the city's bank account, taking into account our expenses, our sustaining CapEx requirements, and where our revenues are offsetting that or not. This is showing a pretty stark outlook. This is showing, on the municipal side, we have historically drawn more than we've contributed, and that's the dark blue right below the zero line. And that's really recognizing that we've been able to rely on dividends from the energy business through time, and we've been able to comfortably do so, whether it's for the operating side or more so from the capital side of things. So that is set to continue. The blue bars are essentially the environmental utilities, where there's a higher capital draw than normal, and that is impacting negative cash flow. The gray is part of that as well. The yellow and the orange is part of, the yellow and orange is the gray is the gas distribution and gas production. The yellow and orange is electric distribution and electric production. We're also forecast to be cash negative over the next little while, and that's largely because commodity prices are quite low and forecast to continue to be low for the next while, with the set of a significant amount of renewables coming into the province, as well as some larger generating assets that are impacting the price. I mentioned that the Alberta market is pretty small on the electric supply side of things with very few relief valves. So when we have too much supply, prices are quite low. When we don't have enough supply, prices are quite high. So we're quite a volatile market. And in this next forecast period, we're expecting to be quite low. And that's contributing to negative cash flows to the tune of over $100 million per year across the city level. Now, remembering we have $800 million in the bank, that $800 million starts to get drawn down pretty quickly if this forecast continues. This is a point in time forecast. It changes regularly. You can see the arrow go up and down. Every time the price forecast changes, that outlook will change. Every time we make an appropriate decision related to budget planning, that forecast will change. So we have ways to improve it from here, but we don't get to control the commodity price. I will note it looks much more favorable on the back end with the yellow increases pulling us above the line. That is driven by commodity prices. That's assuming that if we see clean electricity regulation come in by 2035, prices are going to get pretty tight on the back end, but highly uncertain, and I wouldn't put a lot of stock in that. I will also highlight this unfortunate negative outlook is before we use any funds for energy transition and before we use any funds for facilities for the future or other sorts of asks that are pending as part of the broader budget process. The next couple slides are just a couple another ways of looking at it. This is looking at our net asset, financial asset position. Director Barta had talked about getting to a balanced position more recently. And of course, with our cash draw that I showed on the previous slide, this is showing that our net position erodes considerably and gets pretty low once again. And again, before we actually make any draws for energy transition or anything else. This is another look, and again, some of these estimates are a point in time and will change as we're making decisions through the budget process and as we get updated commodity prices, but consistent with Director Barta's position, our net debt is growing and our reserve balances are declining. So certainly a trend that isn't very favorable and not sustainable unless you start to see commodity prices lift, which is the case of as to why you're seeing it lift on the back end, but very uncertain. So that's a pretty negative message, but I do want to highlight the sky is not falling. Even though we are seeing a negative trend, that just means we have our work cut out for us. The liabilities we're facing with respect to our abandonment and reclamation obligations and our debt are not immediate, so we have some interim cash to work with. The decarbonization rules with respect to clean electricity regulation aren't yet cemented, and even if they are cemented this fall, they are subject to change either through a jurisdictional battle between the province and the federal government, or they may introduce additional flexibility in the rules, and or there's election change. So it is uncertain, and I am optimistic that we will gain some flexibility, which will allow additional asset life for our assets, particularly our thermal assets, because we do entirely want to rely on them as long as we can. So ultimately, we do have some runway to prudently prepare, but we do have our work cut out for us on both the municipal side and the energy business side. So that's a lot of context. This next part should be underwhelming because it should be a little bit more obvious. There's a ton of uncertainty. This isn't a really bold and ambitious strategy. This is a, wait a minute, we need to see some pieces fall into place before we really position and take bold moves. So this is a bit of an incremental and positioning approach. It's not even a roadmap, because a roadmap at this point, when you're a little bit in the dark of where the different pieces are going to be going, would be a bit reckless. So instead, recalling the level of uncertainty that is persisting at the moment, especially on the electric generation side, energy transition being the key driver, the rules are still changing, and they will be even subject to change through elections or anything else. So it remains to be seen how quickly we need to decarbonize. The market rules provincially are changing and responding to the changing supply mix, and how that impacts us specifically will emerge through time. Technology solutions don't yet exist that cover everything we need to in terms of affordable, clean, and reliable. Typically, any of the technology solutions only cover 2 of those 3. Renewables, for instance, affordable and clean, but they aren't dispatchable and therefore they're not reliable. You can't turn them on. You can't turn solar on in the middle of the night and expect them to be there. So we are still reliant on our natural gas assets to backstop us today. The Energy Business Review will be coming with recommendations from KPMG to Council later this year, but subject to what that recommendation is and Council deliberations from there, remains to be seen what that might mean for how we approach the energy business within the city. And financial capacity, really the cost to manage all of this, it's very, very high. I mentioned the $1 billion number as an example, but that's only if the rules remain stringent and accelerated. And like I say, I'm optimistic that we'll have some runway to help improve that outlook. So the short term is about advocacy, incremental, no regret type investments, and I will argue that Sama Solar would be one of those if we get the opportunity to be the owner. And preserving and creating optionality so that we can be ready and position ourselves to move quickly is key. Experiential learning, monitoring, and as I say, overall readying. So I'll back up a little bit. We did come to Council back in April of 2023. These were some of the guiding principles we shared through a briefing note at the time. The date and item is there if you'd like to go look. But some of those themes were already present then. It was about pilots. It was about tracking where compliance requirements might be. It was about keeping our eye on community interests, business viability, diversification, scaling. All those principles remain true today. But we have since solidified them into an actual overall objective that we have had in mind for quite some time, but we're now solidifying. And that really is to drive value from the energy business, or not even, ultimately drive value for our community, keeping in mind 3 things. One is making sure that we focus on the customer. The energy provided needs to be cost competitive, reliable, and compliant to our local customers. Without that, we can't expect to retain the customers we have or grow the economy that's important to our community. We also are keeping our eye on sustainable profits from the energy business back into City of Medicine Hat. I mentioned in the short term, that's a challenge with commodity prices being so low. And ultimately, if we don't think we can recover, if the energy business can't be viable long term, we actually need to face into that and transition to external sources. And in this case, that could be as simple as relying more heavily on imports from the provincial grid. It also means that managing through this transition risk, it's a big risk, and it may take investing significant dollars, and we need to protect our taxpayers from shouldering any unintended transition liability. And sometimes that liability might come from doing nothing. So we need to find that prudent path forward that helps protect our taxpayers. So what does that mean in terms of our actual strategy statements? Really, it's about navigating this energy transition period of high uncertainty in 2 areas, asset-based and non-asset-based. This is the asset side. So focusing on electric generation for our existing assets, it's recognizing our existing natural gas assets are critical to reliable supply of the city today. We have no intentions of shutting those down early or prematurely. In fact, we'll continue to advocate for their ongoing usage for as long as we can in terms of being economically viable and compliant with regulations. But it also means that we need to identify opportunities to start managing that regulatory risk and look to diversify early where we can, but only if we see a path that's economically favorable and only in scaled and affordable phases so that it is a no regrets approach. We don't have any plans of, for instance, Sama Solar. I've heard when I was at the municipal mingle, someone said, "Why are you spending $600 million?" We have no intentions of spending $600 million anytime soon. What we've asked for is to have the regulator approve our ownership of, or our purchase of the asset so that we can become the owner, so that we can control the rights to what we do with that site from here on out. And we have also asked our regulator to approve our ability to build up to 75 megawatts for the first phase. That is nowhere near $600 million. We believe that's a number subject to further council definition and deliberation that we could consider building as a first phase, with subsequent phases only when it makes sense for our community. Distribution, also facing energy transition, more so on the electric distribution side from electrification and growth expectations. On the gas side, from expectations that consumers might start switching away from pure natural gas consumption for heating, as an example. But I would argue that that's secondary. The more urgent issue is on the electric generation supply side of the business, but that doesn't mean we shouldn't do nothing. We do need to slowly start preparing for electrification and heating alternatives and non-wires solutions. Natural gas production, we have already started the wind down with some of the prior closure decisions of our wells. So really looking to optimize our existing production through a natural wind down with potential for upside options from there. On the non-asset side, we aren't forgetting about technological change. We're monitoring advancements there and pursuing studies and pilots so that we learn more and we're ready to understand what makes sense and readiness to move forward if and when that time comes. Business model, ownership, and financial capacity, we're looking at the energy business review through our third party, and we continue with our financial team on financial planning and ensuring that we are positioning ourselves the best that we can for best value for the community. We are focusing on advocacy. As I said, we really are wanting to get the best value we can for as long as we can out of our natural gas-fired assets. And we are trying to influence both policy and regulatory changes, whether it be the greenhouse gas constraint side of things, the market design side, et cetera. And where possible, we are seeking provincial and federal grants to help us through those early steps of pilots or those sorts of things. And it's about our customers. So we're focused on customer retention and expansion. Our Clear Horizon Regional Carbon Capture Utilization and Storage Hub is about retaining and attracting customers for our broader base. We also have greater intentions of education and engagement with our customers, prioritizing the large customers first because they're the ones who will face the greatest impact of changes related to clean electricity regulations, for instance. And we're mindful that if we don't have the option of building any more gas units, what we have is what we have, and we're being careful how we allocate that to potential growth customers, recognizing we're potentially in a period of scarcity, and we're mindful of that uncertainty going forward. So where are we at on some of those elements? We are continuing to invest in our thermal gas-fired electric generation assets. We're continuing to implement greenhouse gas credit strategies to help mitigate the carbon risk on those assets. We've completed a carbon capture pre-feed or early stage engineering study for our Unit 16 and 17 assets that we look to bring what we can to the public soon, and we're preparing for market design change. On new electric generation assets, you've heard our announcement regarding Sama Solar Park and the development opportunity there. And on distribution, we are involved in the Energy Innovation Challenge, and we've progressed to a point where the proponent awards for the first phase are pending, and we're looking to have announcements, I believe, in late October. We've considered a budget ask related to rate-based transformer upgrades, and that would be to support future electrification, so timing may be a question there. And on natural gas production, we continue to track well on our abandonment program. Our existing wells are being optimized economically, and we'll continue to revisit value-improving options. On the technological change side, we've completed with our partners the hydrogen roadmap. As I mentioned, the pre-feed study for carbon capture is complete, the Energy Innovation Program. On the business model and financial capacity, the Energy Business Review with KPMG will come later this year. We are in the midst of establishing our end-of-life cost for our electric fleet. That is something that we don't actually have quantified and on our city financials at this point, so we're looking to get a better handle on what that could look like if we're forced into that position. And we're continuing to do scenario analysis. Scenario analysis is key because there's so many variables that are still changing. We're at the table on clean electricity regulations via our membership of Electricity Canada. We're at the table with the Alberta Electric System Operator and the province for market design. My colleague is there in person and I'm there remote last week and next week and several more weeks throughout the balance of this year. And where we can, we've taken advantage of grants. The NRCan and Emission Reduction Alberta grants have supported our Clear Horizon project and related pre-feed studies as well. Clear Horizon is on track for our broader customers. We are initiating a large customer engagement starting, I believe, on the 25th of this month with our large commercial industrial customers. We've engaged with radio ads to help educate and inform the broader public on more of a soundbite basis, and we're continuing the analysis of how we allocate what's left of our firm natural gas supply if we aren't able to build any more. So that has been lengthy, and I know it's late into the evening, so a quick summary. We do believe the momentum is accelerating. They are global, international agreements driving federal focus on greenhouse gas, which is also percolating into the provincial area. Again, energy transition and the regulatory targets to get to net zero is seen as a matter of timing and stringency. Even the province has said net zero by 2050 is a target, so it's not if, but when. However, it's not achievable with existing technology in the province or in the city. So we are prioritizing electric generation because it does face a generational burden of a potential entire fleet change out through time and potentially on an accelerated basis. But regardless of how we proceed, our focus will remain on the impact to our customers and our taxpayers. Ultimately, we take this very seriously and we're privileged to be able to have the opportunity, so that remains a focus for us. Either way, this will take a thoughtful approach in succeeding and navigating, and we're not the only ones. We're one entity amongst a number of entities in the province. This is a provincial challenge, and it's not one that Alberta is alone in. Saskatchewan, a number of the maritime provinces, and I believe even more recently Ontario has joined the list of provinces who've put their hand up to say this is a real challenge. The federal government sees a path forward because most of Canadian electricity is hydro-based and is already clean. So it's the rest of us who aren't yet clean that they're wanting to target and see some real movement in. So we have to figure out how to find a path forward and take on that entrepreneurial mindset of our city pioneers. They helped get us here, and we need to be thoughtful and mindful as to how we navigate through this. So prudent early steps to help better position us for an uncertain future. And again, I'll repeat, short-term is more about advocacy, incremental, no regrets investments where it makes sense economically to do so, preserving and creating optionality because so much can change in the next several months, if not few years yet. Experiential learning and monitoring and overall readying so that we can pull the trigger where we need to with council support along the way. And of course, these are strategy statements in a highly uncertain period, so it will be revisited early and often as clarity emerges. Thank you.
Managing Director Pankos, that was an excellent presentation, and I think you even managed to keep everyone's attention at 10:30 at night, so excellent job. Now we'll move to questions. Councillor Hirsch.
Thanks, Your Worship. I had the privilege of listening to the presentation already by Managing Director Pankos in the Energy Committee, and I'm just wowed by the complexities, but yet encapsulating in a 60-minute tip of the iceberg presentation that doesn't even get into the weeds on every different division is just a testament to how you can kind of put your thoughts together without going down different slippery roads. So with that, so I'm glad, I kind of wish this would have been a presentation or quite frankly, almost a separate meeting, because for me, this is a tipping point for the city of Medicine Hat, where we're at, both being voluntarily drawn into the fight when it comes to us being part of the energy contribution with our energy units. But the only thing I wish, and I kind of want it titled almost this presentation, keeping our options open. At the end of the day, I'm getting feedback from the community saying like, Samus, what are you doing buying that? And what are you doing with this? And don't worry, the political wins, this will be solved by next election. And really, and that does lead up to my question, but I have a couple comments prior. Political, reputational, financial, technological, market are all risks in your presentation. And normally, we only deal with one or two in any type of issues that we have to deal with. So it is so pronounced, the challenges that were ahead. It's, in some cases, it's somber because, again, we're in certain realities. We don't know what lies ahead. So again, we're keeping our options open. So again, I think it was really instructive to council and the media and public to understand where we're at, what our thought processes were, and where we think we're gonna go. And in fact, we don't know what that looks like, is quite honestly. As I said, this is just an iceberg for consideration, thus the energy review. And that's what drove consideration to say, okay, I'm just a sitting councillor. None of us really have that breadth of knowledge to determine what might be the right course of action. In fact, our people at KPMG, they don't have a crystal ball either. But at the end of the day, it's important that we become informed with our choices. So that's why I was so adamant that we needed to have that sort of review. I referred to it already, but you referred to it in your commentary, but maybe I get in the feedback all the time about, don't worry, just wait for the change in government. And you kind of alluded to it too a little bit. And I'm not going to put you into a political commentary, but I just wrote here, what is the feeling of a change in government and how may that affect our plan?
Sure, thank you through the chair to Councillor Hirsch. This really is about risk management of where could regulations go. So we do consider scenarios and alternatives of where regulations could go. But we do see a difference between consumer level type of carbon charges that you pay at the gas pump and on your home heating bill versus what we're seeing at the industrial level, like at electric generation or many of our local industrial counterparts. And typically, it is that pressure of what's happening in terms of international agreements. Certainly there's been the odd player, whether it's the United States or Russia from time to time, who've opted not to play ball at the international level. Canada always has. That could change. But I'll just comment that interestingly, the Federal Conservative Party has been silent at the large industrial final emitter level. They're very vocal at the consumer level, but silent at the industrial level. And to me, that's perhaps telling.
Councillor Hirsch, your mic is still on. Councillor Dumanowski?
Excuse me, through the chair, I want to thank you for the presentation as well. I feel like I want to say a few things, but it's 10:30, so I will be quick. I will be quick, under 10 minutes. No, I was curious, looking at or listening to all the slides and then the story that you tell, and I think it's important for people to understand, and certainly the presentation illustrates the complexity of current state of affairs and where we're going with so many variables that are uncertain. Some of them are very clear, as you've indicated, under the current regime of emission reduction. These are real targets that we have to meet, or we pay the penalties, as indicated with the per ton increase that will grow exponentially as time goes on. your highlighting of the regulatory risks are huge, the drivers to change. For me, when I, like Councillor Hirsch, I've had people ask me about the solar, Samus solar play that we've moved toward and the need for it. And I think this clearly illustrates it as one lever toward writing the story as we move forward and creating some balance of risk as we move forward as well. But my curiosity, and I was going to ask you about it, but I'll just leave it maybe as a rhetorical statement or question, is the cash draw side that you talked about, the draw against our reserves. I think it's slide 252. It's alarming, and it also illustrates the necessity for us to create these reserves and delineate these reserves for the likes of transitioning into a different climate here very soon, and also again, some of the abandonment and retrofitting costs that we're going to face with the eventuality of these systems coming to their end. So this just punctuates it. And so if we had more time, I would ask you to speak more to the cash deficit component and the draw and the projections in relation to that. But I hope anyone that's still listening at this time of the night reflects on those particular slides against some of the other earlier conversations. Thank you.
Councillor Robbins?
Yes, thank you, through the chair. I hadn't meant to say anything, but sitting here reflecting on last year and the public criticism that you personally faced, I'm very grateful that the city could see the expertise with which you manage your department. We have experienced it, well, some for many years, but at least for us, for 3 years, where you really know your stuff and articulate it, and your understanding of international and all of that weaving together, and your knowledge of the industry itself. So I'm very grateful that the committee said this would be something for us to hear. I don't care if 2 people watched it, it was worth their time to learn more. And so when people say to me, why aren't my bills cheaper? Many complaints we get, I'm going to say, you can look online on the September 16th meeting and watch a presentation by Managing Director Pancoast. And then we can talk about what you think we should be doing that's different than what she suggests we should be doing. So thank you very much for your time. I'm not sure vindication is the right word, but that's what I feel for you. And so I wasn't going to say anything, but I just had to. So thank you.
Okay, I don't see any more questions for you at this time, so thank you for your presentation. And we'll move on to item 12.4. I will note that everything, in consideration of the very long agenda, we deliberately moved the last 2 items to the end of the agenda because they were not as urgent or time sensitive as the remainder of the items, but I don't think we're even going to get to that. 990 and 1002 South Railway Street, Southeast, list price and sales strategy, City Manager Mitchell.
Thank you. This is a recommendation on a few pieces of land, and without further ado, I'll turn it over to Randy. Thank you.
Good evening, Council. In front of you is a recommendation from Land and Real Estate to bring 2 properties to the open market. It is 990 and 1002 South Railway. The properties are adjoining, and they're the former location of A Park. They'd be marketed together for sale for the appraised value of $399,900, and our recommendation is that they are sold together. Currently, there is a building and a garage on the site. They are vacant. Our department has checked in with other city departments to see if there is an internal use for this property or another need within the community. But at this time, there isn't a fit for that building. And it is recommended that we bring it to the open market and sell it as is. The property presents the opportunity for a purchaser to use the site or redevelop it with further due diligence.
So with that, Land and Real Estate would be looking to market the property through our internal marketing strategies, working with the corporate communications department, and it would allow the opportunity to generate revenue for the city, decrease the number of surplus land and properties within our inventory.
Can I get a motion?
Certainly, I move that council authorizes administration to offer for sale the properties municipally described as 990 and 1002 South Railway Street Southeast for the appraised value of $399,990.
I'll second that.
Any discussion? Seeing none, we'll vote on the motion. Thank you very much. It passes. Item 12.5, Nonprofit Capital Grant Program. City Manager Mitchell.
Thank you, and through the chair, I'm glad we made it to this item because Managing Director Stouth and his team have put a lot of work into this. He will give you a high-level overview. We would like to also touch upon where does the Medicine Hat exhibition and Stampede fit into this scope of the grant program, should it be approved?
Thank you, City Manager, and through the chair to council. Before you is a council report with a recommendation to approve the implementation of a capital grant application process. The process will proceed without an allocated budget and will adhere to eligibility criteria. We've got our manager, municipal services, business support, Jarrett Dickey, here tonight, and he led his team on some investigative work and comparative work, jurisdictional scan, to come up with this recommendation. I'm going to ask him just to give you a brief rundown on the work that they did to get us to this point. There was a jurisdictional scan, and I appreciate the work that they did, bringing that to Managing Director Egert and myself to consider for a pathway forward. I just want to highlight really what this recommendation does is it puts in place a fair and consistent evaluation process that we can handle as administration to a certain point and get a lot of the work done before we ever put a request for capital grant funding in front of council. So there are some go, no-go gates that we can manage as administration and hopefully streamline the process from the administrative side so that we can work with these nonprofits to get the right kind of information to achieve the check marks and put themselves in front of council for a decision. At that point, we certainly would speak to council about the cost, the funding of it, reserve sources, et cetera. We'll talk about what does this mean from a loss of investment income as far as the decision of council goes. And so I'm just going to pause for a minute and turn it over to Jarrett. We do have a presentation, and originally as we were working on this, we would have intended to deliver that tonight. Unless council specifically wants to see it, I'm going to suggest that Jarrett can give us a rundown of the work they did in a few minutes, and if that's acceptable.
Yeah, I think the presentation is in our package, so I think a brief summary would be perfect.
Thank you, Mayor Clark. So Jarrett, if you would just highlight for council the work that your group did to get us to this point.
Thank you and good evening. I'll keep it short and sweet just due to time. So as Managing Director Stouth mentioned, we our team went out and scanned 9 municipalities within Alberta to see what they do for capital grants for nonprofit organizations. 4 of the 9 municipalities have a formal process. They allocate budget. However, several municipalities are interested in the outcome of our research and our recommendations. So as Brian mentioned, that scan, there is no one size fits all with this approach. So
our consultation with Managing Director Stouth and Managing Director Egert, we came forward with this recommendation for a made in Medicine Hat solution that I think checks the boxes. It's unique. It's a little bit different than other municipalities, but we still have some work to do to formalize that process. So as you mentioned, the information is in the packet, but we would like to formalize that process without a budget. We did look at 4 different options, and I'll kind of run you through those options, but we did look at implementing a program with a budget. That wasn't recommended just because there would be expectations in the community. And obviously each request is different in the nature that organizations are looking for funding. Option 2 was to include the capital grant in the budget process. We didn't recommend that because our current budget process is pretty long and exhaustive already, and to add another list of projects to that scope would create a little bit more complication. The third option was to have it administered through a third party, similar to the Community Foundation of Southeast Alberta. We didn't recommend this because it would limit the control of council as far as the decision and approval of the types of projects. And obviously status quo was not acceptable. That's why you asked administration to go away and recommend a solution. So our recommendation, and there is a bit of a flow chart in the presentation and briefing note that kind of walks through a stage gate approach, but basically we'll create an intake process similar to our other grant portals that the city has through the website. We have eligibility criteria that we've developed, and at that point there'd be a check. Is the project eligible or is it not eligible? If it's not eligible, we would go back to the organization. The second part would be potentially a business case submission, which would be reviewed by a committee. And if that business case wasn't strong enough, it would be rejected and returned to the organization. If it was strong and we felt it aligned with organizational objectives and council priorities, we would bring it forward to council for consideration. That's as brief as I'll be.
Okay, thank you. I just have a question about option 2. So I feel like we do need to put some parameters on like how much money, because there's going to be internal consistency issues if we're dealing with multiple applications throughout the year. I understand from the briefing note that you indicated, or whoever drafted it indicated, that linking it to the budget process would be too administratively onerous. But I'm wondering if it was considered that perhaps the applications would have to be in fairly early in the year, and then they would form part of the deliberations of council, and then that way we know exactly how much we're spending. So just if you have any further thoughts on that.
Yeah, through the chair. Again, we had that discussion with the managing directors, and we felt this was a better process as far as each request is going to be unique. As you can see in the information, the 4 municipalities that have a process, their budgets are varied as far as the amount of money that they set aside. And that's for various reasons, obviously, different communities need. We felt each project or request would likely have its own merit and would want to be heard by council in a separate discussion, so we bring forward a budget amendment at that time.
I am sure that's true. I'm just trying to think about the guardrails around. You could have, a really worthy project in February and spend a lot of money in February, but then an even more worthy project comes along in June, and we either have to, shell out a bunch more money or be able to say whatever our criteria is already happened, and so we're not accepting any more applications this year. But I understand where you're going with that. Go ahead. I believe you had more to say, Managing Director Stouth.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship, and through the chair to council, there are another couple of steps you can see in the implementation section of the council report. We do have to put a project team together. We do have to just assign some scoring to the rubric for the final go, no, go gate part. But we'll continue working on that, and we've put some of those timeframes into early next year, but we may be able to accomplish them earlier than that. We do think that, you know, this is a reasonable approach. We could do it once every budget cycle on an intake process and cut it off, but then the question still remains, if somebody comes on with a high priority viable project, that can happen at any time. So our thought process on this was, when they come up, we'll run them through the go, no, go gates. If they meet the criteria to get in front of council, we'll tell you exactly you know, what the financial impact is to the organization to approve that. So that's our recommendation, and of course, we're subject to council's will on that particular process. As the city manager mentioned, and I do want to mention, you know, we've got an organization in the queue already that has done some significant work, and that's the Medicine Hat Exhibition in Stampede. And I want to make council aware, in this recommendation, we talk about an organization's ability to fund 2/3 of the project. The Medicine Hat Exhibition in Stampede does not quite make that criteria, but because we've invested some serious time, we'll use this process and bring it forward. We're just advising that it's in the queue already. It doesn't quite meet every piece of the criteria of what we've established in this council report, but we do plan to bring it forward, and they will be back in front of council in November. So we just wanted to point that out.
Thank you. I don't, Councillor Van Dyke, oh, we can ask questions, but yes, if someone wants to put a motion on the table, that would be great.
Sorry, just one quick question. So just for clarity for council and the public, using organizations that we've previously funded as examples, this would work for something like the curling club coming forward and requesting capital, but would not work for something like Halo, which was requesting operating funding. Is that correct?
Through the chair to Councillor Van Dyke, that is correct. So in February, we were asked to go away and work on a nonprofit capital grant, and that's what we have before council. So yes, the curling club's ask, had this process been in place, we would have worked it through this flow chart. An operational grant request from an organization like Halo is still going to be considered and put in front of council on an ad hoc basis.
All right, I don't see any further questions, so if we could get a motion?
Sure, I'll move that council approves the implementation of a capital grant application process which will proceed without an allocated budget and will adhere to eligibility criteria.
I'll second that, Ramona.
Can I have a process question. My understanding is that the first readings of all the bylaws have to happen tonight, right? Sorry, I'm skipping ahead just so that I'm making sure we're not gonna, yeah. So are those the things that need to be dealt with?
My understanding is that it is the hope that the first readings will be completed tonight, so the process can continue.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Sharps.
Thank you. So I'm so glad that this is in front of us. I will tell you, I will support it, but I've got concerns. And I have concerns because I just don't want, because not all the groups have gotten in front of us. So what I don't want is there to be this indication of, well, why couldn't I get in front of the city? Or, because there's only so, I mean, look at it, it's 11 o'clock at night. I mean, how do all these groups get in front of us, you, to have those requests? I know the women's shelter is going to be coming forward. So, and they have before. So are they out of this November cycle? And so I guess that's my concern. So the search and rescue made a plea at public services, right? So I guess I just want everyone treated fairly. I want everybody to have the same opportunity. Shouldn't matter who they know or how they get in front of a certain committee. They should all have the same benefit in front of council. So that is my concern with this.
I have City Manager Mitchell and Managing Director Stout also had his hand up.
Thank you through the chair. And I think to Councillor Sharp's point, we're really trying to, I know I sound like a broken record, improve our processes so there's fairness and equity. But this is one of and I believe the impetus for this was to make sure that there was fairness. And so people didn't come forward and just do a one-off ask. So this is a smaller piece of a larger process that we're trying to correct for ourselves moving forward. And I do agree with you. How do things get to a committee and then not come here? So all of those things the new clerk is looking at with everybody else on the team. She's smiling. And we are trying to correct those so that there's a clear line of where to go and where to ask for your funding.
And I appreciate that, I am aware, I just wanted to say it out loud so the community knows that everyone's working on it and we all have the same goal. I just wanted to make sure that, you know, all these groups matter. All these groups matter, not just, you know, who has the loudest voice.
Councillor McGrogan, or did you want to comment as well, Managing Director Stout?
Thank you, Your Worship. And just quickly to Councillor Sharp, so the beauty, if you want to call it this recommendation, is there is no cycle. So at any point in time through the course of a year, someone can make entry and make request. And the flow chart that we've developed allows administration to work through so much of the pre-work that when we get to council, the vast majority of the questions are answered and council makes a community benefit and financial consideration decision, and hopefully we streamline the whole thing.
I appreciate, I know I'm trying to get this done. I guess I do appreciate what you're saying. It's just when it comes into the public forum, the community wants to hear those exact same questions and those answers at the same time. So I just think that we need to be really transparent about it because administration will do a lot of work to it. We just got to make sure that it's, in my opinion, that it's transparent at this level too. If the community doesn't hear half the conversation, much like Managing Director Panko's presentation right now, that gave so much more information out in the community. It's just so impactful, and I think I just don't want to underestimate the impact that has when we're very clear about how you got there or how we got there when we did. So,
Councillor McGrogan.
Thank you. I'll make this quick. Thanks for the presentation. I support this. I like the options and how you've laid them out, and I think what you've allowed is flexibility to evolve. You didn't say, okay, here are the rules, and they're steadfast. So I really like the flexibility. I think we heard organic today, but this is evolution, we'll call it that. I like it. Thank you.
All right, seeing no further speakers, we'll vote on the motion. Okay, that's unanimous. Thank you very much for your presentation. Sorry it's so late. Go ahead, Councillor Van Dyke.
Yes, thank you. I was wondering if I could make a motion to extend the meeting until the first readings of the next items are completed.
I would suggest, in addition to that, we postpone items 12.9, sorry. The next two items, 12.6, 12.7, and the last two items to the next meeting.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So is that the motion?
I'll make that motion.
Okay.
That we just do the first reading items and postpone the rest of them to the next meeting.
Okay. Can I get a second?
Second.
And the last two. So so that just the first readings are left, and it is seconded. Okay, so we will vote on the extension and postponement. Okay, so that passes. And we will move now to item 12.8, and that is Bylaw 4792 to amend Electric Utility Bylaw 2244, and this item is for first reading.
So with that, I move that council give first reading to bylaw 4792 to amend the electric utility bylaw.
I'll second that.
All right, we will vote. Councillor Van Dyke, is that a remnant or, okay, we'll vote. And that passes. Now, item number 12.9 for first reading is bylaw 4801 to amend gas utility bylaw 2489 for first reading only.
So with that, I will move that council give first reading to bylaw 2489 to amend the gas utility bylaw.
I'll second that.
All right, we'll vote. And that's unanimous. Item 12.10, proposed road closure bylaw 4829 and sale of portion of Bell Street. And this item is for first reading only.
So with that, I'll move that council give first reading to bylaw 4829.
I'll second.
And we'll vote. And first reading is passed. So we will now move to item, oh no, that's it. And it is 10:57. So does anyone object to us adjourning? No, okay, we are adjourned.